Chapter 92. Cross-slaying sword. Jing Qian held a huge sword that was wider than his palm. His attack was extremely overbearing. With a slash, the sword light formed a cross and slashed down at Lu Ming. Its power was extremely great. Broken armor. Lu Ming's long spear shook and the tip of the spear formed a rotating cutting force that collided with Jing Qian's sword light. Clang! With a loud explosion, Lu Ming retreated 2 steps while Jing Qian retreated 3 steps. In a head-on confrontation, Lu Ming had a slight upper hand. How can this Jing Qian's attack power be so strong? The martial skill he used was clearly not a profound level martial skill, but a superior yellow level martial skill. Although it has been cultivated to an extremely high level, its attack power can't be so strong. A trace of suspicion flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Although Jing Qian's cultivation had reached the peak of the 9th level martial master and he had unleashed his 5th level bloodline, it was impossible for his attack power to be so strong without a profound level martial skill. He was only slightly at a disadvantage when facing Lu Ming head-on. Lu Ming's true qi was 3 times stronger and more condensed than ordinary true qi. In addition, he had already cultivated the astral fire spear technique to the 2nd level. Lu Ming could defeat an ordinary martial artist at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm in one move. Right, it's his physical body. This Jing Qian's physical body is extremely strong. He should have cultivated the Tao of body refining. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He found that Jing Qian's muscles were bulging and his skin was covered with a layer of faint red light. It must be his physical body. Jing Qian cultivated the body refining technique. His physical body combined with his true qi could erupt with amazing combat power. That was why he could compete with Lu Ming. Qi. At this moment, a sword light stabbed towards Lu Ming. How troublesome. Lu Ming frowned and swung his spear. It collided with a thin sword and a figure retreated far away. It was the disciple of the 10 Directions sword sect who was in the 9th level martial master realm. Although this 10 Directions sword sect disciple's attack power was not strong, his movement technique was not weak. He took advantage of the moment when Lu Ming revealed a flaw to launch a sneak attack. If I activate my bloodline, defeating them will be a piece of cake. However, I can't always rely on bloodline eruption. The duration of my bloodline eruption is too short, so it can only be used as a trump card. I can't use it in a regular battle. It's better to use my current state to deal with them. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and charged toward Jing Qian. Landslide. The long spear smashed down heavily from above. Jing Qian's eyes narrowed as he blocked with his sword. Boom! The rocks under Jing Qian's feet shattered as he retreated. He's only at the early stage of the 8th level martial master. Although he cultivated a profound level martial skill, how could he be so powerful? My physical body has already been cultivated to grade 1 great perfection, but I still can't beat him. The shock in Jing Qian's heart was extreme. It would be normal for someone of the same level to suppress him. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the early stage of martial master realm. How did he do it? Kill. Lu Ming's fighting spirit was like a rainbow as he constantly attacked Jing Qian. It was a good opportunity to use Jing Qian to hone his spear skills. The rolling dragon-shaped true qi was constantly injected into the long spear. One spear after another, Lu Ming was like an invincible general galloping on the battlefield. Jing Qian was completely suppressed. Whoosh! At this moment, a sword light suddenly stabbed toward Lu Ming's back. I'm waiting for you to make a move. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes as he swept out his long spear without looking back. Moon seizing. A red moonlight flashed. The 10 Directions sword sect's 9th level martial master disciple was shocked. He used his movement technique and wanted to retreat. However, it was too late. The long spear was 8 feet long. Coupled with the length of his arm, it completely covered a distance of more than 3 meters. Block it. The 10 Directions sword sect's disciple was shocked and used his long sword to block in front of him. However, his long sword was a thin sword and the root could not block it. Clang! Lu Ming's long spear struck his long sword. A violent force erupted and the long sword bent over. The body of the sword and the body of the spear struck his chest heavily. Bang! The 10-direction sword sect's disciple's body was sent flying like a sandbag. His body was close to the ground as he slid dozens of meters away, creating a gully on the hard ground. When he stopped, there was no longer the slightest bit of aura. A 9th-level martial master expert was directly killed by Lu Ming's spear. After sending the 9th-level martial master disciple flying, Lu Ming's long spear did not stop at all. He continued to move forward and collided with Jing Qian, who was attacking. Now, no one will disturb me. I can deal with you. Lu Ming's calm voice sounded. He took a step forward and his long spear pierced out like lightning. Jing Qian tried his best to resist. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged more than 10 moves. The more Lu Ming fought, the braver he became. His understanding of the astral fire spear technique became deeper and deeper. Jing Qian was completely defeated and retreated. Not far away, the young man with a flat nose looked pale. At this time, he suddenly shouted, "Senior brother Zheng, you hold on. I will return to the sect first. I will definitely report to the elders and avenge you." After saying that, he ran away. Damn it! Jing Qian roared. He does deserve to die. Don't worry, after I deal with you, I will kill him for you. Lu Ming said lightly. Boom! The spear struck Jing Qian's sword. Jing Qian retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. After a series of battles, his muscles were trembling non-stop. The web between his thumb and index finger was cracked and blood oozed out. If not for his strong physical body and the fact that he could unleash his true qi without caring about the consequences, he would have been killed by Lu Ming. Even so, he was seriously injured. True qi, his true qi is too strong. It's unstoppable. Jing Qian's eyes revealed a look of horror. Wait a minute, as long as you let me go, I will forget about the matter of you killing so many disciples of my Shifang sword sect this time. How about it? Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to bear the anger of my Shifang sword sect. Jing Qian showed a look of fear and shouted. You are still threatening me at this time. What an idiot. Lu Ming said indifferently. The long spear did not stop and smashed at Jing Qian. Boom! 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 Jing Qian retreated 7 or 8 steps and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. His injuries were even more serious. Stop, stop, the treasure. There are treasures in that extinct volcano. As long as you let me go, I can give you half of it. Yes, half of it. Jing Qian shouted. No need, as long as I kill you, everything will be mine. I don't want to play with you anymore. Your junior brother has already run far away. If we continue playing, he might really escape. Lu Ming curled the corner of his mouth and his body suddenly flashed with a red light. Bloodline eruption. He had tested enough and there was no need to hold back. Whoosh! The long spear turned into a bolt of lightning and was much faster than before. Jing Qian could not block it at all. No! Jing Qian roared. Poof! The long spear directly pierced through his heart. Jing Qian grabbed the long spear tightly with both hands. His eyes were full of indignation and blood kept coming out of his mouth. He shouted hoarsely, Who? Who are you? Poof! Lu Ming pulled out the long spear, stomped his feet, and chased after the young man with the flat nose at lightning speed. Then, his voice came from afar. Mystic Essence Sword Sect, Lu Ming. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming's figure disappeared. Mystic Essence Sword Sect? Chapter 93. Lu Ming's figure was like the wind, extremely fast. He had unleashed the dragon snake steps to the extreme. Although it was only a low-grade yellow-level footwork, with the eruption of Lu Ming's powerful vital energy, his speed was still extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he saw the flat-nosed young man. Hearing the wind, the flat-nosed young man turned around and was almost scared out of his wits. How could he be so fast? Could it be that Jing Qian was killed? He thought that Jing Qian could at least withstand 100 moves. Ah! Ah! Don't come over. The flat-nosed young man ran crazily and shouted randomly. However, the distance between Lu Ming and him continued to close. The flat-nosed young man could not escape. Plop! At this moment, the flat-nosed young man suddenly stopped. He turned around and knelt down with a plop. His movements were smooth. Please, please don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I won't say a word about what happened today. The flat-nosed young man kept kowtowing and shouting. Why should I believe you? There was a cold smile at the corners of Lu Ming's lips. I swear, I won't say a word. If I do, I'll die a horrible death. The flat-nosed young man pointed to the sky and swore. All right, I'll give you a chance. Lu Ming suddenly sneered coldly and kicked out his leg. Bam! This kick landed on the flat-nosed young man's dantian and scattered his cyclone. Ah! You destroyed my cultivation. Didn't you say you'll give me a chance? The flat-nosed young man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Don't worry, I'll give you a chance. Lu Ming grabbed the flat-nosed young man's neck and walked towards the extinct volcano as if he was carrying a chicken. Soon, they arrived at the place where the battle took place. At this moment, the stone pickers had all fled. What do you want? The flat-nosed young man asked in a trembling voice. It's very simple. Go ahead and scout the path. However, you're not allowed to walk on the path that has already been scouted. Go the other way. Lu Ming pointed in the direction of the extinct volcano and said calmly. In an instant, the face of the young man with the flat nose turned pale. His voice trembled as he said, Hasn't the path to the extinct volcano been explored? Why do you want me to scout the way? No, I'm not going. Don't you like to ask others to scout for you? Now, I want you to try it yourself. It's fine if you don't want to go, but I'll send you to reunite with your fellow apprentices. Lu Ming brandished his long spear. Spear light burst forth, and a cold killing intent enveloped the youth. No, you can't do this to me. That place is full of danger. I'll die if I go there. I'm begging you, let me go. The young man with the flat nose was drenched in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. Especially when he recalled how the stone pickers had been burned to death, he shuddered. Earlier, when he watched others explore the path, he took pleasure in their misfortune and was high and mighty. It was as if he was watching ants struggling on their deathbed, and he didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Now that it was his turn, he was more afraid than anyone else. This is your only chance. My patience is limited. I'll count to 3. After 3 counts, if you don't go, then you don't have to go. Lu Ming's voice was extremely cold. To deal with such a person, what could be more satisfying than giving him a taste of his own medicine? 1. 2. I'll go. When Lu Ming was about to count to 3, the young man with the flat nose finally couldn't take the pressure and shouted. Then, his body trembled as he walked forward step by step. The more he walked forward, the more his body trembled. When he walked for more than 100 meters, a foul stench came out. He was so scared that he wet himself. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of gas rushed out from under his feet. The young man with the flat nose was scared out of his wits. He screamed and fell straight to the ground. Lu Ming frowned. When he walked up to take a look, he was instantly speechless. The young man with the flat nose's face was ashen. He didn't have the slightest breath. He was scared to death by a stream of hot gas. Lu Ming shook his head and walked back to collect the spoils of war. These were the disciples of the Shifang sword sect. There must be a lot of valuable things on them. Lu Ming wouldn't miss it. While searching for the spoils of war, he devoured their essence blood one by one. After searching, Lu Ming left and returned to the outer area. Then, he entered the Temple of Paragon and began refining the essence blood. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the Martial Master Realm 8, so the essence blood of martial artists below the Martial Master Realm was of little use to him. Only those above the Martial Master Realm would be of some help. After refining all the essence blood of the disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect, Lu Ming's cultivation improved, but it wasn't by much. He was still a distance away from the mid-stage Martial Master Realm 8. After refining the essence blood, Lu Ming began to count the spoils of war. With a wave of his hand, 2 storage rings appeared. Among the disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect, 2 of them had storage rings. It was a pleasant surprise. One was from Jingqian, and the other was from the young man in the Martial Master Realm 9. Then, with a thought, a pile of things appeared in the Temple of Paragon. First, Lu Ming began to count the banknotes. Why is there so little? After counting, Lu Ming frowned slightly. The 20 or so disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect only had about 4 million taels of silver in total. 4 million taels of silver might seem a lot, but it depended on where they got it from. The disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect were at least in the Martial Master Realm 6. On average, each of them had less than 200,000 taels of silver. This was considered very little. On second thought, Lu Ming felt relieved. It was normal. Just like him, they exchanged the extra silver for contribution points and then exchanged it for resources that were useful to them to improve their strength. Most of the disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect were the same. They kept some silver on them and exchanged the rest. After putting away the banknotes, Lu Ming looked at the other things. Some scattered pills were not worth much. Lu Ming directly piled them to the side. Finally, his eyes fell on a few books. Wild Wave Slash, a low-grade yellow rank sword technique. Cloud Treading Steps, a high-grade yellow rank movement technique. Mixed Yuan Art, a high-grade yellow rank cultivation technique. Lu Ming was overjoyed to learn 3 cultivation techniques and martial techniques in a row. Generally speaking, sect disciples like them would rarely have cultivation methods or martial skill manuals on them. This was because cultivation methods or martial skill manuals were usually rented from the sect's book collection hall for cultivation. There was a certain time limit, and when a certain time limit was reached, they would have to return it. Of course, there were exceptions, because some people had some fortuitous encounters and obtained some cultivation techniques or martial skills. These cultivation techniques or martial skills were their own private property. Just like these few, most of them were private property of the disciples of the Shifang Sword Sect. Among them, the Cloud Treading Steps was obtained from the young man in the Martial Master Realm 9. If these 3 cultivation techniques or martial skills were sold, they would be worth at least 5 to 6 million taels of silver. What a profit! But when Lu Ming's eyes fell on the 4th book, he was shocked. Chapter 94. This was actually a body tempering technique. Presumably, Jingqian was cultivating this raging flame Vajra art. Body tempering techniques were extremely rare in the divine wilderness continent. Furthermore, body tempering techniques were known for being difficult to cultivate and slow to cultivate. By cultivating body tempering techniques, one's physical body would constantly become stronger and possess all sorts of incredible abilities. According to the strength of the physical body, it was divided into 9 grades. Grade 1 was the weakest and grade 9 was the strongest. Each grade was further divided into 3 levels: small success, large success, and perfection. However, the body tempering path was not a single path. It was a type of martial arts that was auxiliary to martial arts. Just like the inscription path, it was auxiliary to martial arts. This was because if the physical body was not combined with martial arts, it would not be able to unleash its full power. Take a grade 1 physical body for example. It did not correspond to the martial soldier realm. This was because without true energy and various martial skills, the physical body alone was just strength. A grade 1 physical body was not a match for a martial soldier realm warrior. Even a grade 2 physical body was not a match for a martial soldier realm warrior. However, this did not mean that the physical body was weak and cultivation was useless. body tempering was auxiliary to martial arts. Once a strong physical body combined with true energy and various martial skills, it would erupt with unimaginable power. It was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it would increase exponentially. For example, the stronger the physical body, the more true energy one could unleash without fear of injuring one's body. Some powerful martial skills and even secret techniques were very harmful to the physical body. Without a strong physical body, one would not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, the stronger the physical body, the more incredible abilities one would have. The stronger the physical body, the stronger one's vitality and recovery ability. Even if one was injured, one could recover quickly. It was said that when the physical body was strong to a certain extent, one could control all the muscles and bones in one's body. Even if one was injured, one could instantly seal the wound. One could also control the muscles and bones, change one's body shape and appearance. It was extremely magical. If one was stronger, they could even regenerate broken limbs or even regenerate from a drop of blood. Of course, these were all legends. Therefore, the body tempering path was auxiliary to martial arts. When combined with martial arts, one could erupt with great power. Jing Qian was a good example. He didn't cultivate any profound grade martial skills, it was just that his physical body was much stronger than Lu Ming's. By relying on a yellow grade high grade martial skill, he was able to erupt with strength that was on par with Lu Ming. This was especially true for some close combat martial artists who cultivated palms, fists, and claws. If they combined these skills with a strong physical body, their strength would increase even more. Lu Ming hurriedly opened the Raging Flame Vajra art and read it. After watching it, Lu Ming fell into deep thought. The Raging Flame Vajra secret art can at most allow a person to cultivate a third-grade physical body. It seems that Jing Qian has only cultivated to the first-grade great perfection, not the second grade. That's enough. If I can cultivate a Tier 3 fleshly body, my strength will increase by at least several times. Lu Ming's eyes gradually lit up. This was not just a saying. When a martial artist cultivated, as their cultivation increased, their true qi would also slowly temper their physical body, causing their physical body to slowly become stronger. However, that process was too slow. It was said that once one reached the martial arts grandmaster realm, one's physical body would naturally be upgraded to rank 1. However, that simply could not meet the needs of a martial artist. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger and more condensed their true qi would be, and the greater the pressure on one's meridians and physical body would be. Therefore, when a martial artist fought, they would subconsciously reserve a portion of their true qi to protect their meridians and physical body. Usually, it was said that one could unleash 100% of one's strength. However, in a real sense, one would not be able to unleash 100% of one's strength. However, only after one's physical body became stronger would one be able to unleash 100% of one's true qi without any worries. This was especially true for Lu Ming. His true qi was too strong and condensed. Therefore, he subconsciously left more true qi to protect his meridians and physical body. Therefore, the Raging Flame Vajra art was more important to Lu Ming than a profound grade martial technique. After carefully studying the cultivation method of the Raging Flame Vajra art, Lu Ming put it down and looked at the fifth and final book. This book was not a cultivation method or a martial technique. It was a notebook. He had found it in Jing Qian's storage ring. After opening it, Lu Ming skipped over the first few pages that were not important to him. After flipping through a dozen pages, he found a few pages that had been marked. Only then did he see the ones that interested Lu Ming. These were the records of the extinct volcano from before. It turns out that the extinct volcano contains the spiritual fire milk. It is extremely useful for cultivating the Raging Flame Vajra art. It turns out that the treasure that Jing Qian was looking for was the spiritual fire milk. After reading it, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Originally, the progress of body tempering cultivation method was extremely slow. Lu Ming did not want to cultivate the Raging Flame Vajra art to a high level in a short period of time. However, if he had the spiritual fire milk, it would be different. The raging flame Vajra art might be able to reach a certain level in a short period of time. It did not need much. As long as he could cultivate to a first-grade physical body, it would be of great help to Lu Ming's combat strength. Let's go. Since I know about it, I can't miss it. After tidying up his things, Lu Ming left the Temple of Paragon and headed to the central region. He returned to the extinct volcano. Roar! Roar! The demonic beasts roared. 5 or 6 demonic beasts ran away with the corpses of the 10 Direction Sword sect disciples in their mouths. The smell of blood must have attracted the demonic beasts over. Lu Ming ignored them and went to the path that the 10 Direction Sword sect disciples had asked the stone pickers to explore. There were marks made with white powder, and the outline of the path was clearly visible. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before he walked forward. He did not walk very quickly. He circulated his true qi and observed the ground with all his might. The terrain in this area was constantly changing. It was fine before, but it did not mean that it would be fine now. Fortunately, there were no accidents along the way. Lu Ming successfully made it through this section of the road. After walking through this path, he arrived at the foot of the extinct volcano. Here, thick black rocks were piled up. They were very stable, and there was no need to worry about lava spewing out. Lu Ming climbed up. The extinct volcano was not tall, only a few hundred meters. Soon, Lu Ming reached the peak. There was a huge hole in the middle of the peak. It was a few hundred meters deep, and there were pitch-black crystals at the bottom. According to the ancient records of the Jing family, the fire spirit milk was at the bottom of the volcano. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Ming slowly climbed down along the surrounding walls. Soon, he reached the bottom of the extinct volcano. The black crystals below were extremely hard, and there was a deep hole in the wall of the extinct volcano. In the hole, Lu Ming immediately saw a stalk of spiritual grass. This stalk of spiritual grass was fiery red and gave off a sparkling glow. Flame crystal grass. Seeing this stalk of spiritual grass, Lu Ming was overjoyed. This was one of the materials needed to cultivate the 3rd level of the true battle dragon art. Lu Ming had come to the Lingnan Fire region to see if he could find the flame crystal grass. Chapter 95. Not only that, Lu Ming walked closer to take a look. There was a pool of liquid at the root of the flame crystal grass. It wasn't much, but it was fiery red. It looked like it was formed by melting fire jade. Fire spirit milk, this is the fire spirit milk. Lu Ming was overjoyed. There was indeed fire spirit milk here. No wonder the flame crystal grass could grow here. Fire spirit milk was a rare treasure of heaven and earth. It could only be formed in places with extremely rich fire attribute spiritual energy. It contained rich fire attribute essence. Lu Ming stepped forward and moved his hand. A jade box and a jade bottle appeared. The jade box was made of ordinary white jade. Lu Ming had prepared it himself to store the spirit grass. The jade bottle was found in Jingqian's storage ring. It was made of fire jade and was suitable for storing the fire spirit milk. He took out a sword and carefully dug out the flame crystal grass and put it into the jade box. Then, he circulated his true qi and sucked the fire spirit milk into the jade bottle. It's quite a lot, at least 2 jin. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He thought that 1 jin would be a great opportunity. He didn't expect it to be 2 jin. If I refine all this fire spirit milk, how strong will my physical body be? I can at least cultivate to grade 1 upper realm, right? Lu Ming thought to himself. He kept the things and walked up the stone wall without stopping. Along the way, he didn't encounter any threats. Soon, Lu Ming walked out of the central region and returned to the outer region. After returning to the outer region, Lu Ming went straight into the Temple of Paragon. Sitting cross-legged, Lu Ming took out the Raging Flame Vajra art and read it carefully. Then, he took out the jade bottle containing the fire spirit milk. Now, I'll use the fire spirit milk to cultivate the Raging Flame Vajra art. Lu Ming opened the bottle cap and thought for a moment. Then, he took a small sip. Boom! After swallowing a small mouthful of the fire spirit milk, it was like a volcanic eruption. It emitted a hot aura and violent energy that filled Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was like a fireball. Nest, the energy of this fire spirit milk is too terrifying. It's beyond my imagination. It's so hot and painful. The fire spirit elixir's energy was incomparably hot, burning Lu Ming's muscles and bones. This situation was like putting Lu Ming directly into a roasting fire. One could imagine how painful it would be. I must endure it. The reason why it hurts so much is because my body is too weak. I have never cultivated the Tao of body refinement before. I have only used my Jin Qi to slowly refine my body. After the first time, my body will improve, and the next time, it won't hurt so much. Lu Ming's mind raced. He gritted his teeth and activated the Raging Flame Vidra method, starting to absorb and refine the scorching energy. Sizzle, it was as if his fleshly body was a piece of iron that was being burned and forged in a raging flame. Lu Ming could even hear the sizzling sound of his fleshly body being burned. This process lasted for a full 2 hours before the energy of the elixir of fire was completely refined. At this moment, the pain completely disappeared, and an extremely comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. My physical strength has indeed improved a lot. Lu Ming carefully felt the changes in his body. He found that although his body had not become much stronger, his muscles had become much firmer, and his entire body was filled with strength. The qi and blood in his veins were surging, full of vitality, and his body functions were stronger than before. The Raging Flame Vidra method and the Fire Spirit Elixir are a perfect match. I have only refined a small mouthful, and there is such an improvement. Although I have not reached the level of a first-grade body, I believe that I will reach it soon. Now, continue. Then, Lu Ming swallowed a small mouthful of Fire Spirit Elixir and continued to cultivate the Raging Flame Vidra method. Just like before, when the Fire Spirit Elixir entered his body, it erupted with an intense fire attribute essence that was incomparably hot. I wonder if the devouring spirit bloodline is useful for the fire spirit elixir. Lu Ming's heart suddenly moved. Before his bloodline was completely reborn, he could quickly refine the power of the pill. Then, could he quickly refine the power of the fire spirit elixir now? He would know after trying. Immediately, Lu Ming controlled his bloodline, and a powerful devouring force was produced from his spine. Suddenly, all the energy of the fire spirit elixir in his body was absorbed by his bloodline. Not long after, a gentle and pure energy flowed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming circulated the Raging Flame Vidra method and absorbed all the energy into his body, using it to increase the strength of his body. It was different from devouring blood essence. The bloodline itself would cut off half of the energy to strengthen the bloodline itself, and only half of the essence would enter Lu Ming's body. The fire spirit elixir was different. All the energy would enter Lu Ming's body. Under the circulation of the Raging Flame Vidra method, Lu Ming's body strength was rapidly increasing. In just 10 minutes, the small mouthful of fire spirit elixir had been completely refined, and he felt that his body had become stronger. Moreover, he did not feel the slightest pain. If I had known earlier, I would have controlled my bloodline from the first mouthful. I wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Lu Ming regretted it. After resting for a while, he continued to refine the fire spirit elixir. A day later, the fire spirit elixir had been refined. Lu Ming's body had broken through and reached the first-grade physical body, which was at the small success stage. Boom! Lu Ming circulated the true dragon fighting art. Dragon-shaped genuine qi was like a river, surging unscrupulously in Lu Ming's meridians. Boom! Genuine qi was attached to his fist, and he punched out. His fist passed through the air, forming a sonic boom, and a transparent airwave rushed out far away. Strong, my physical fitness is more than 10 times stronger than before. Whether it is my muscles, bones, tendons, or internal organs, they have all improved by many times. Last time, when he was besieged by Yao Tianyu and his men, he was seriously injured and took 7 to 8 days to recover. But now, Lu Ming believed that he would be fully recovered in 3 days. This was the benefit of a strong physical body. Moreover, the combination of Lu Ming's physical body and cultivation had increased his combat strength. Of course, if Lu Ming did not use his true qi or martial arts techniques, he could easily defeat a martial artist at the third level of martial warrior with his physical body. The Tao of the physical body was not used for fighting, but to support the martial path. I can't just focus on refining the fire spirit elixir to improve my physical body. Otherwise, I won't be able to adapt quickly. I should go out and practice my spear art to improve my physical body and martial path. When my physical body, genuine qi, and martial techniques are perfectly integrated, I will continue to cultivate my physical body. Lu Ming immediately left the Temple of Paragon and returned to the central region to practice the astral flame spear art. Just like that, Lu Ming practiced his spear art for a few days and refined some fire spirit elixir. As time passed, Lu Ming's spear art and physical body improved rapidly. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days had passed. On the 23rd day, Lu Ming refined the 2 kilograms of fire spirit elixir, and Lu Ming's physical body improved like a rocket. He skipped greater grade 1, greater grade 1, greater grade 1, and reached lesser grade 2. Chapter 96. Compared to the substantial improvement of his physical body, the improvement of the astral fire spear art was slower. He was still a step away from reaching the third level. After all, it was a black level martial skill. The difficulty of cultivating it was many times higher than a yellow level martial skill. As for Lu Ming's cultivation, it did not increase by much. These days, he did not deliberately kill demonic beasts and devour their blood essence. Therefore, his cultivation had only reached the peak of the early 8th level of the martial master realm. He was still a step away from the middle 8th level of the martial master realm. Lu Ming practiced his spear in the middle of the Lingnan fire domain. He waved his spear like a dragon dancing in the air, bringing about bursts of explosive sounds. Within a radius of 10 meters, it was as if a hurricane was blowing. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming felt that he was very close to the third level, but he was still a little bit away. It was like a layer of paper that could not be broken. Lu Ming's mind sank into the astral fire spear art, searching for the aura of a breakthrough with all his might. Rumble. Right at this moment, a muffled rumble sounded. Lu Ming was shocked and stopped cultivating. Rumble. The rumbling continued, even more intense than before. Moreover, even the ground began to tremble slightly. Roar. Roar. The roars of the demonic beasts could be heard. Afterward, Lu Ming saw many demonic beasts running away desperately, as if they had encountered something terrifying. Rumble. The trembling became louder and the ground began to shake violently. Not good, could it be a volcanic eruption? Let's go. Lu Ming's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then, he turned around and ran outside in shock. Along the way, he saw at least a few hundred demonic beasts running from the depths to the periphery. 10 minutes later, Lu Ming ran to the periphery and stopped to look at the inner area. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering rumble sounded and the ground shook violently. Then, Lu Ming saw an unforgettable scene. A fiery red pillar of fire rushed out from a mountain peak like a fire dragon, as if it was about to soar into the sky. The pillar of fire rushed into the sky and then dispersed like extremely gorgeous fireworks. Thick smoke billowed and pillars of fire soared into the sky, illuminating the horizon red. Is this the power of a volcanic eruption? It was simply too powerful. When they gathered together and exploded, their power could break through the heavens and earth. This kind of power was simply too shocking. Was this the power of nature? Can human strength contend against it? Lu Ming stared blankly at the volcanic eruption in the distance. Fire? Gather? Erupt? Might? Lu Ming seemed to be in a trance. His eyes stared straight at the volcano in front of him as he muttered to himself. Following that, he involuntarily took a step forward and headed toward the central region. Boom! Boom! The volcano seemed to have accumulated too much energy, causing it to erupt continuously. Fiery red magma continued to erupt. The more Lu Ming walked towards the central region, the clearer he could see it. The might also became clearer. Hoo! When Lu Ming reached the central region, he involuntarily brandished his long spear and practiced the astral fire spear technique. Flames, magma eruption. Explode? Lu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered the sixth move of the astral fire spear technique. The sixth move was called Explode. This move was extremely powerful, but he had never succeeded in practicing it. At this moment, he suddenly understood. Swish! The long spear suddenly pierced the ground. At the same time, the true qi in his body madly gathered at the tip of the spear. When the long spear pierced the ground, all the true qi suddenly erupted. Boom! The ground directly exploded, creating a large pit that was more than 2 meters in length and width and 1 meter in depth. What a strong power! Is this the explode? Moreover, the astral fire spear technique has finally reached the 3rd level. Lu Ming's face revealed a happy smile. Just now, not only did he successfully use the explode, but the astral fire spear technique had also reached the 3rd level. It's just that the consumption of true qi for this move is too terrifying. Lu Ming smiled helplessly. Just now, he had used up 1/3 of his true qi when he had used the explosion move. It seemed that this move could not be used often and could only be used as a trump card. Hoo! Then, Lu Ming began to practice the astral fire spear technique again, but in less than 2 minutes, he stopped. No, it doesn't feel right. Compared to the volcano, I only comprehended the form, but not the soul, not the power. Lu Ming frowned and thought. Rumble. The volcano was still erupting, and there was a terrifying power. Just looking at it, there was a kind of fear. Yes, this power, I don't have this kind of power. Lu Ming's mind kept thinking, his eyes staring at the erupting volcano in the distance, as if he was stunned. After an unknown period of time, the eruption stopped, but he still stood there thinking. In his mind, there seemed to be a volcano that was constantly erupting. Unconsciously, the long spear in Lu Ming's hand began to dance, following the moves of the astral fire spear technique. Hoo! The spear whistled, the long spear broke through the air. Lu Ming tirelessly practiced. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, the power of the volcano, the power of fire, is power. Boom! Lu Ming suddenly thrust out his spear. This spear was just an ordinary spear, not any move of the astral fire spear technique, but there was a mysterious power contained in it. Boom! This move stabbed the ground, and the ground suddenly exploded. Gravel splashed, and a big pit appeared. This big pit was no smaller than the one made by the explosion move. Power. This is power, the power of fire. Lu Ming's eyes were bright, and the joy in his heart was uncontrollable. This time, watching the eruption of the volcano, his harvest was too great. Not only did he have a breakthrough in the astral fire spear technique, but now he actually comprehended power. Everything in the world had power. Mountains had the power of mountains, majestic and magnificent. Water had the power of water, could stormy waves, and could also nurture vitality. Wind also had the power of wind, unstoppable and formless. Fire, of course, also had the power of fire, scorching and violent, destroying the world. Everything in the world had power. If a martial artist could comprehend and use it, they could erupt with incredible power. Just now, Lu Ming just casually thrust out his spear, and the power was actually comparable to the explosion move. Then, what if he added force when he used the explosion technique? How powerful would it be? Lu Ming was incomparably excited. He never thought that he could actually comprehend power, the power of fire. Not everyone could comprehend power. Only a small number of extremely talented geniuses could comprehend power. The number was shockingly small. Chapter 97. After that, Lu Ming continued to cultivate. 3 days later, Lu Ming stopped. I've completely grasped the power of fire, but my mastery is still very low. I've just started and need to constantly cultivate and comprehend it. Now, it's time to go back. I've already been in the Lingnan fire domain for more than 40 days. There's less than a month left before the 4-month deadline. I can't go back on my word. This time, I'll definitely get on it. Yao Tianyu, just you wait. Out of habit, Lu Ming searched around and caught a demonic beast. Riding on it, he quickly headed back to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. 5 days later, Lu Ming returned to the Mystic Essence Sword Sect. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're back. As soon as he entered the dormitory, he bumped into Pang Shi and Hua Qi walking out together. When Pang Shi saw Lu Ming, he revealed a happy smile. Big Stone, where are you going? Lu Ming asked curiously. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're back at the right time. There's going to be a show to watch. Feng Xinglia of the Xuanwu Academy is going to fight his 10th battle on the bronze platform today. If he wins this battle, there will be one more person on the bronze list. Pang Shi said excitedly. Feng Xinglia? Who's Feng Xinglia? Lu Ming was puzzled. No way. Lu Ming, you don't even know Feng Xinglia? Hua Qi looked at Lu Ming with disdain. Lu Ming smiled bitterly as he rubbed his nose and nodded. All right, I've lost to you. Hua Qi curled his lips speechlessly and said, Feng Xinglia is the newcomer king from a year ago. You haven't heard of him? The newcomer king from a year ago? Lu Ming's interest was immediately piqued. That's right, it's the newcomer king from a year ago. Therefore, this battle is very meaningful. It's the first batch of disciples from last year and this year's batch. The others haven't matured yet, so it attracted a lot of attention. Hua Qi explained. After what happened last time, Hua Qi's attitude towards him had completely changed. He no longer had a sour face all day long and said that he would defeat him in the future. Interesting. Let's go together. Lu Ming was filled with anticipation. How strong was the rookie king from a year ago? Moreover, he was going to the bronze platform anyway. Immediately, the three of them rushed towards the bronze platform. The bronze platform was located in the middle of the 4 great academies. It was a battle platform. Huge spectator stands were built in all 4 directions of the bronze platform, enough to accommodate 100,000 people. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, the spectator stands around the bronze platform were already packed with people. At a rough estimate, there were at least tens of thousands of people. It's so lively. There are actually so many people here. Pang Shi widened his eyes and looked around. Lu Ming was also secretly amazed. The total number of bronze-level disciples in the 4 great academies was only slightly more than 50,000. This time around, no less than 30,000 people had come. It could be seen how sensational it was. Other than those who were out on missions or in seclusion, most of those who heard the news came. The 3 of them found a seat and sat down. Sounds of discussion came from all around. Do you think Feng Xinglia will succeed this time? His opponent is also a fierce person with a 9-win streak. In my opinion, Feng Xinglia will definitely win. Feng Xinglia was last year's rookie king. His talent is terrifyingly high. As the first disciple in the last 2 batches to enter the bronze list, he must have full confidence. I also think Feng Xinglia will win. Didn't you see him yesterday? He won all 9 matches in a row. His battle strength is terrifyingly strong. I don't think he even used his full strength. Winning 10 matches in a row is definitely not a problem. What I'm more concerned about is whether Feng Xinglia will continue to challenge after his victory. Continue to challenge? Then he will have to challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. If that's the case, then there will be a lot to see today. Not only this area, but around the bronze platform, there were similar discussions. Feng Xinglia, as the first disciple in the last 2 batches to enter the bronze list, naturally attracted a lot of attention. Previously, the people on the bronze list were all geniuses who joined the Mystic Essence Sword sect 2 years ago. For example, Yao Tianyu joined 2 years ago. Feng Xinglia is here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Then, the whole place quieted down. At the north entrance of the bronze platform, a young man in a yellow shirt walked over step by step. The young man looked ordinary, but he was very young. He seemed to be only 16 or 17 years old. He carried a long sword on his back and slowly walked up to the bronze platform. Then, he stood there quietly. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked up to the bronze platform. This middle-aged man was the elder in charge of managing and hosting the bronze platform. He was also the judge. He would sort out the situation on the bronze platform and report it to the sect. Feng Xinglia, your opponent today is Sun Guang. Sun Guang, please come up to the platform. The middle-aged judge announced loudly. His voice spread throughout the whole place. Shush! As soon as the judge finished his words, a sound broke through the air. An 18 or 19-year-old young man leaped a few times. His body was as fast as lightning. He was even faster than Lu Ming's dragon snake steps. He reached the bronze platform in a flash, displaying an extremely advanced body art. So fast. If I were to fight with this kind of body art, I wouldn't even be able to react in time. Many people sighed. Sun Guang jumped onto the bronze platform and faced Feng Xinglia. Feng Xinglia, I didn't expect it to be a battle between the two of us. Huh, that's good too. As long as I win against you, I will be able to enter the bronze list. Although you were the new king a year ago and have extraordinary talent, you are still too young. It's still too early to fight with me. Sun Guang laughed loudly. Someone said the same thing yesterday, but he couldn't even block one of my attacks. A faint voice came out from Feng Xinglia's mouth. He seemed to be very confident. Sun Guang's face suddenly darkened. I believe everyone knows the rules of the bronze platform. But here, I will repeat the rules. On the bronze platform, you are responsible for your own life and death. However, if one of you takes the initiative to admit defeat, the battle will end. The other person is not allowed to continue attacking. Violators will have their scores revoked. Also, other than the fact that you are not allowed to use pills to increase your battle strength, you are allowed to use any other methods. Now, let the battle begin. The middle-aged judge announced loudly and stepped aside. Shush! As soon as the middle-aged judge finished his words, Sun Guang's body flashed and rushed towards Feng Xinglia. His speed was much faster than when he was on the platform. Lunar Shadow Diffraction Sword, slash. When he was 10 meters away from Feng Xinglia, Sun Guang leaped high into the air and swung his long sword. Streaks of fine, crescent-like sword chi slashed towards Feng Xinglia. Such a powerful sword art. This is definitely the 6th level of a superior yellow rank martial skill. Someone near Lu Ming couldn't help but cheer. Lu Ming's gaze flickered slightly. He could tell that Sun Guang had not only cultivated his superior yellow-level swordplay to the 6th level, but his movement technique was also at the 6th level of superior yellow level. Moreover, his cultivation was also at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. In addition to the bloodline eruption, his battle strength was very strong. Chapter 98. Kung. At this moment, Feng Xinglia moved. With a sword chime, he unsheathed his sword. Not many people saw how he unsheathed his sword. Most of them only heard a sword chime and saw a white sword light flash in the air. Soon after, the crowd saw Sun Guang's dense sword chi disappear without a trace. Then, Sun Guang groaned as his body flew far away and fell on the fighting stage. What happened? Many people looked at each other. They didn't know what had happened because it happened too fast. Many people only saw Sun Guang attack, then saw a sword light flash and Sun Guang was sent flying. What? What happened? Did Sun Guang lose? On the side, Pang Shi was tongue-tied. Hua Qi was also confused. Yes, Sun Guang lost. He was defeated by Feng Xinglia's sword. Look at Sun Guang's chest, there is a wound. Lu Ming answered. Lu Ming and the people beside him quickly looked and saw a deep sword wound on Sun Guang's chest. Blood kept flowing out. Others didn't see it clearly, but Lu Ming saw it clearly. Just now, Feng Xinglia unsheathed his sword and defeated all of Sun Guang's attacks, leaving a deep wound on Sun Guang's chest. Such a fast sword, such a strong attack. Lu Ming's eyes shone with surprise. He concluded that Feng Xinglia's sword art was definitely a low profound level martial skill. On the stage, Sun Guang struggled to get up. His face was still filled with shock. He cupped his fist and said, "I lost. Thank you for showing mercy." He knew that if Feng Xinglia didn't withdraw some of his power, he would have been dead. "Thank you." Feng Xinglia cupped his fist. Sun Guang didn't say anything. He turned around and left the stage, disappearing without a trace. Since he lost, his previous records would be cancelled and he would have to start from scratch. At this moment, the middle-aged judge stepped forward and announced, "This battle, Feng Xinglia wins and enters the bronze list." Following the judge's announcement, the crowd was in an uproar. Success! Feng Xinglia has succeeded. As a new disciple in the last 2 years, he is the first to succeed in breaking into the bronze list. He is the representative of the new disciples in the last 2 years. Amazing, Feng Xinglia is too amazing. It hasn't even been 2 years since he entered the sect, and he's already on the bronze list. He really is the king of newcomers. Other than him, the others who entered the sect in the past 2 years would need at least another half a year to have a chance of entering the bronze list. Not bad. Among the previous newcomer kings, Feng Xinglia is one of the strongest. Do you think he will continue to challenge? I really hope he continues to challenge. Did you see that more than half of the geniuses ranked 30 and below on the bronze list are here? Exclamations of admiration filled the air. Beside Lu Ming, Pang Shi was also excited. One day, I will also be able to enter the bronze ranking. Hua Qi clenched his fists and said confidently. Love-struck fool, I believe you can do it. You and senior brother Lu are both fine. I don't know if I'll have a chance in this lifetime. Pang Shi said longingly. Lu Ming patted Pang Shi's shoulder and said with a smile, Big Shi, you're working so hard. I'm sure you can do it. When Pang Shi first entered the sect, he was a martial warrior 9th layer. After half a year of cultivation, he had broken through to the peak of martial master 1st layer. Although his cultivation speed was not fast, he took it one step at a time. His foundation was very solid. On the fighting stage, the middle-aged judge asked, Feng Xinglia, you're currently ranked 57 on the bronze list. You have the qualifications to challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. Do you still want to challenge? At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Feng Xinglia. They were all curious. Would he continue to challenge? Feng Xinglia did not answer. He seemed to be thinking. If Feng Xinglia continues to challenge, who do you think he will challenge? It's hard to say, but he will definitely challenge those ranked 45 and below because they are in the same class. That's right. If he wants to fight today, he can only challenge the geniuses on the bronze list. Look, Duanmu Hu, ranked 55, Yao Tianyu, ranked 51, Yen Su, ranked 50, and Ji Dong, ranked 48. They are all here. He is most likely to challenge them. Discussions and guesses could be heard from all around. Yao Tianyu? Lu Ming's eyes moved. He followed the crowd's gaze and saw Yao Tianyu on the east side of the stands. Yao Tianyu crossed his arms and sat there calmly, calm and composed. Beside him, there were a dozen small fries. Like He Tai and the red-robed young man, they were all familiar faces. Senior brother Yao, do you think Feng Xinglia will challenge you? A young man asked. I don't know. Yao Tianyu replied indifferently. Then, what if Feng Xinglia challenges senior brother Yao? Are you confident? The young man asked again. Feng Xinglia's returning sword is powerful, but it's not enough to challenge me. Yao Tianyu replied confidently. Of course. How can Feng Xinglia be senior brother Yao's opponent? If he overestimates himself and challenges senior brother Yao, then he is looking for trouble. The red-robed young man immediately flattered Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu smiled and looked down at the fighting stage. On the fighting stage, Feng Xinglia thought for a while and replied, "I choose to continue the challenge." As soon as he said that, the atmosphere became heated. Everyone stared at Feng Xinglia, waiting to see who he would challenge. Feng Xinglia scanned the stands and then looked at the west side of the stands. "Duanmu Hu, come down and fight me," Feng Xinglia said loudly. On the west side of the stands, a muscular young man stood up with a gloomy face and said, "Feng Xinglia, are you sure you want to challenge me?" "Of course." Feng Xinglia arrived. "Huh, good. Feng Xinglia, I will make you regret your choice." Duanmu Hu laughed angrily. Being challenged by someone who had just entered the bronze list was not something to be proud of. On the contrary, it was a shameful thing. It was simple. If you were challenged, it meant you were weak and looked down upon. Swoosh, Duanmu Hu jumped down from the spectator stand. With a few leaps, he covered a distance of more than 100 meters and arrived at the fighting ring. His speed was not any slower than Sun Guang's. The two stood facing each other. I didn't expect Feng Xinglia to challenge Duanmu Hu. This is going to be interesting. Not far from Lu Ming, a disciple in his 20s said. Oh. How is it interesting? The others asked. Even Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and the others looked at him. This disciple felt proud of himself when he saw that he had attracted so many people. He coughed dryly and said, "You guys should have seen it. Feng Xinglia's sword art is very fast, and the explosive power is extremely strong. This sword art is a low-grade profound martial skill, returning sword. This sword art is very powerful, but it has a weakness. It consumes a lot of true qi. If you can't defeat your opponent with one strike, you will be in danger." Chapter 99. The senior disciple continued to explain, however, Duanmu Hu's martial skill is the opposite of Feng Xinglia's. Duanmu Hu's martial skill is a defensive low-grade profound martial skill, Heavenly Tiger protective art. One is for defense and the other is for offense. Isn't this interesting? Everyone was enlightened. Feng Xinglia and Duanmu Hu were like a spear and a shield. In this battle, it would depend on whether Feng Xinglia's spear attack or Duanmu Hu's shield defense was stronger. Whoever was stronger would win. This situation was not limited to this area. It was happening everywhere. Many senior disciples who had been in the sect for 5 or 8 years might not have a high cultivation, but they had sharp eyes and knew a lot of information. Many people knew the martial skills that the two of them were good at, and they became more interested. Now, let the battle begin. The referee announced and stepped aside. Boom! Boom! Instantly, Feng Xinglia and Duanmu Hu exploded with powerful auras. The auras collided in the air. At this moment, Feng Xinglia moved. He unsheathed his long sword, and the sword light was like a flash of lightning, piercing through the air and stabbing towards Duanmu Hu. Returning sword. This sword was even stronger than the previous one. Because Feng Xinglia had activated his bloodline. 6 chakras, level 6 bloodline. This was the first time Lu Ming saw a level 6 bloodline warrior. This sword was incomparably breathtaking. Everyone's eyes were fixed on this sword. Boom! Duanmu Hu took a step forward, and a tiger's roar was heard. 2 tigers formed by genuine qi appeared around him. 2 ferocious tigers roared as they leaped around Duanmu Hu, surrounding him so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Feng Xinglia, let's see how you break my defense. Duanmu Hu roared. In an instant, Feng Xinglia's long sword stabbed Duanmu Hu. Roar, the 2 tigers roared and blocked in front of Duanmu Hu. They collided with Feng Xinglia's long sword. At the place where the long sword and the tigers collided, a dazzling light shone. However, everyone was staring at the fighting ring, not daring to look away. They were afraid that they would miss the exciting moment. This was definitely a battle that would decide the winner in one move. If Feng Xinglia could break Duanmuhu's defense, then he would win. Otherwise, Duanmuhu would win. Could Feng Xinglia break Duanmuhu's defense? Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion as Feng Xinglia and Duanmuhu's bodies crossed each other. Who won? Bang! Suddenly, Duanmuhu fell to his knees and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone saw that there was a deep wound on his chest, just like Sun Guan's wound. I lost. Duanmuhu stood up and left without looking back. Duanmuhu was defeated, and the whole place was in an uproar. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Although it's only one move, it's a battle between the peak of offense and defense. Not bad, today's trip wasn't in vain. Do you guys think Feng Xinglia will continue to challenge? That shouldn't be the case. His bloodline has already erupted, and he won't be able to recover in a short period of time. That's true. At that moment, the judge announced Feng Xinglia's victory. Feng Xinglia slowly walked down the stage under the admiring gazes of the audience. Amazing, too amazing. Senior brother Lu Ming, love-struck fool, let's go back. I must cultivate even harder and strive to enter the bronze list in the future. Pang Shi said with a resolute expression. Go back? The battle hasn't ended. Why should we go back? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The battle hasn't ended? Pang Shi and Hua Qi were not the only ones beside Lu Ming. Everyone else was stunned. Yes, it hasn't ended. Why would Lu Ming say that it hasn't ended? Feng Xinglia's battle has ended, but my battle has just begun. Lu Ming smiled. He then got up and leaped toward the fighting ring below. After a few breaths, Lu Ming stepped onto the bronze platform. What? What is senior brother Lu Ming doing? Pang Shi said in a daze. The others beside him were also stunned. It seems like Lu Ming wants to challenge the bronze platform today. At that moment, Hua Qi's eyes were extremely bright, and at the same time, they were filled with shock. What? Senior brother Lu Ming wants to challenge the bronze platform? Pang Shi was extremely shocked. The others nearby were also shocked. The disciples around the bronze platform were about to leave when they suddenly saw a figure fly onto the platform. They couldn't help but be stunned. Who is that? What is he doing on the bronze platform? Isn't that Lu Ming? This year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. So he is Lu Ming. What is he trying to do? Is he going to challenge the bronze platform? That's impossible. Even if he is the newcomer king, he is only this year's newcomer king. It's still too early for him to challenge the bronze platform. That's right. There was a burst of discussion around, but those who were about to leave sat down again. On the fighting stage, the middle-aged judge and Feng Xinglia, who had already walked to the side of the stage, stopped. Lu Ming, what are you doing on the stage? The middle-aged judge asked with a smile. Elder, Lu Ming requests to challenge the bronze platform. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. The moment these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Nestle, he really wants to challenge the bronze platform. He's too arrogant and too impatient. Lu Ming is only this year's newcomer king, and he wants to challenge the bronze platform? Too impatient. He's just a child. In my opinion, he saw Feng Xinglia's consecutive victories and rushed up in envy. If he challenges now, there's almost no chance of him succeeding. That's not necessarily true. I heard that 3 months ago, when he destroyed the Star Moon Pavilion, he displayed battle strength that was not weaker than a martial master realm 9th realm martial artist. So what? What's the use of a martial master realm 9th realm martial artist on the bronze platform? Who on the bronze platform is weaker than a martial master realm 9th realm martial artist? I admit Lu Ming's talent, but he just entered the sect this year. If he had another year, I won't deny that he could be like Feng Xinglia and enter the bronze list. But now, it's almost impossible. If you want to challenge the bronze platform, you can't rely on cultivation alone. Cultivation can be improved quickly if you have some kind of treasure. However, martial skills, secret techniques, etc., require time to comprehend them. Those on the bronze list who can cultivate profound level martial skills, which one of them isn't talented and spend a lot of time to comprehend them? Maybe he just wants to win a few matches in a row. Win a few matches in a row? He's the newcomer king, not an ordinary disciple. If he only wins a few matches in a row, then he might as well not go up the stage and embarrass himself. That's true. The crowd was in an uproar, but the discussion was almost one-sided. They all thought that Lu Ming was too impulsive and should not challenge now. He should be like Feng Xinglia and wait until his battle strength reached a certain level before exploding out and shocking the world. In the southern stands, Pang Shi and the others were still in a daze. Hua Qi, you. How many matches do you think senior brother Lu Ming can win? Can he enter the bronze list? Pang Shi asked in a daze. Lu Ming, I can't see through him anymore. But he's not an impulsive person. Since he's going up, he must have some confidence. Hua Qi said. Although he said so, Hua Qi's eyes were still filled with shock. That's true, I also believe in senior brother Lu Ming. Pang Shi scratched his head. Chapter 100. Eastern Grandstand. Lu Ming, it's that bastard Lu Ming. He's really overestimating himself to challenge the bronze platform. The red-robed youth beside Yao Tianyu shouted. He's really overestimating himself. But that's good. We can send someone to kill him. Senior brother Yao, what do you think? Another youth said coldly as he looked at Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu looked at Lu Ming with a murderous glint in his eyes. Sure. He had been looking for a chance to kill Lu Ming. Since Lu Ming had come to the bronze platform, he would not let go of this opportunity. In the other grandstands, some of the geniuses on the bronze list were also looking at Lu Ming curiously. On the bronze platform. Lu Ming, are you really going to challenge the bronze platform? The middle-aged judge asked in surprise. That's right. Lu Ming nodded again. All right, since you've decided, I won't stop you. Let the challenge begin. The middle-aged judge announced straightforwardly. At the side of the fighting ring, Feng Xinglia looked at Lu Ming curiously. There was a glint in his eyes. He then moved and flew to the spectator stand in the north, watching with great interest. At this moment, the judge had already announced the challenge. The crowd quieted down and watched seriously. Just a moment ago, the previous newcomer king had successfully made it to the bronze list. Immediately, this year's newcomer king began his challenge. Thinking about it, it was really interesting. This had never happened in the history of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. How far could Lu Ming go? Many people were curious about this. Who's going to fight me first? Lu Ming looked around and said in a clear voice. The first 5 rounds on the bronze platform were relatively casual. Anyone could challenge them. But after the 5th round, people with similar winning streaks would have to fight each other. Otherwise, they would not be able to display their strength. Those below the 9th level of the martial master realm were silent. Although they felt that Lu Ming would not be able to win many rounds, Lu Ming's strength was still there. A few months ago, he was already comparable to a 9th level martial master. I'll fight you. A figure quickly jumped onto the fighting ring. It's Duanmu Jinming from the White Tiger Hall. It's said that his cultivation has already reached the mid-9th layer martial master. As soon as this person stepped onto the stage, cheers could be heard from all around. Duanmu Jinming was about 20 years old. His face was pale, and his eyes were sinister. He stared at Lu Ming and sneered, Lu Ming, you really don't know how to be patient. You actually came to challenge the bronze platform. Huh, I'll make you stop in the first round. The newcomer king has challenged the bronze platform, and stopped in the first round. This matter will definitely create a new record in the Mystic Essence Sword sect, and go down in history. Duanmu Jinming's tone was filled with mockery. As expected, your Duanmu family is the first to run up here. However, I noticed that your Duanmu family has one thing in common. You guys don't have the slightest bit of ability, but you guys are very good at boasting. Lu Ming said indifferently. The moment these words were spoken, the people from the Duanmu clan were instantly enraged. Damn it! Damn it! He actually dares to look down on my Duanmu clan. Duanmu Jinming, be ruthless and cripple him. Let him know the power of my Duanmu clan. Cripple him. Duanmu Jinming's eyes were incomparably gloomy as he said coldly, Lu Ming, you will pay a painful price for your words. Duanmu Jinming unsheathed his sword, and a white sword radiance shot out from his sword. It was incomparably sharp. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a huge sword that was 1.5 meters long appeared in his hand. This huge sword was left behind by Jing Qian. There was no need to use the flame-patterned spear to deal with such a small fry. Moreover, Lu Ming also wanted to see if he could unleash the power of the flowing light sword art with such a huge sword after his physical body had improved. Alright, I don't need to say more about the rules. Let the battle begin. The middle-aged judge announced. Hurry up and make your move. I don't have that much time. There are still more than 10 battles. Lu Ming said indifferently. His tone was filled with disdain, as if he did not put Duanmu Jinming in his eyes at all. Moreover, he said that there were more than 10 battles later, as if he could really win 10 battles in a row. Nest, how arrogant. Isn't that so? He's too arrogant. However, the more arrogant he is, the one who will be humiliated when he is defeated later. There were discussions all around. Damn it. See if I don't cripple you. Duanmu Jinming roared angrily. He moved his body and continued to charge toward Lu Ming. Ferocious tiger sword art. Duanmu Jinming roared and slashed out with his battle sword. There was a faint shadow of a ferocious tiger on the battle sword. It was incomparably powerful as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Middle stage martial master realm. Is that all you have? Lu Ming curled the corner of his mouth and slashed out with his sword. This sword was very direct. It was not any sword art, but a casual slash. It was completely brute force. Clang! This sword slashed directly on Duanmu Jinming's battle sword. Then, everyone saw that Duanmu Jinming's battle sword was bent out of shape and the sword body heavily hit Duanmu Jinming's chest. Duanmu Jinming's eyes instantly popped out. Boom! With a loud boom, Duanmu Jinming's body flew back like a cannonball. He flew for more than 20 meters and then slid on the fighting stage for more than 10 meters before falling off the fighting stage. The whole place suddenly fell into a dead silence. The atmosphere seemed to have frozen at this moment. In fact, many people were still loudly criticizing Lu Ming for his arrogance. However, at this moment, their expressions froze. One sword, only one sword, an ordinary sword, directly blasted Duanmu Jinming out of the fighting stage. Isn't this too strong? Isn't the gap too big? Good, senior brother Lu Ming is mighty. Pang Shi reacted and shouted excitedly. At this moment, the others also reacted. This is too powerful, isn't it? He defeated Duanmu Jinming in one move? Indeed, it seems that I have underestimated Lu Ming. In my opinion, Lu Ming should be at the late stage of the martial master realm, or even at the peak of the martial master realm. With this strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to win 5 times in a row. The newcomer king is indeed the newcomer king. We still underestimated him. Many people's faces turned grave. Those who had looked down on Lu Ming felt their faces turn red. Who else wants to fight? Lu Ming didn't even look at Duanmu Jinming, who had fallen off the fighting stage. His eyes continued to look around. Let me. Then, a young man jumped onto the fighting stage. Junior brother Lu Ming, please advise me. This young man's cultivation was at the late stage of the martial master realm, but he didn't dare to look down on Lu Ming. He cupped his fists and said politely. Well said, please. Lu Ming said with a smile. Boom. This young man used an iron rod. When he waved it, it whistled and its power was extraordinary. Lu Ming was a little more polite to this young man. He used 10 moves to blast him off the fighting stage. Chapter 101. On the eastern grandstand, Yao Tianyu's face darkened. The other people's faces were also ghastly. Damn it. Lu Ming's cultivation level has improved so much in just a few months. Senior brother Yao, you have to kill him. Otherwise, he might be able to make it to the bronze list after some time. The red-robed young man said. Why don't we let Jiang Hao go? A young man suggested. Yao Tianyu nodded and ordered, Jiang Hao, go up. Don't hold back. Don't give Lu Ming a chance to admit defeat. On the side, a thin young man smiled coldly and said, Senior brother Yao, don't worry. I won't give him a chance to admit defeat. After saying that, his figure flickered a few times and appeared on the fighting ring like a ghost. Isn't that Jiang Hao? Azure Dragon Institute's Jiang Hao. Yes, it's him. Why is he here? Lu Ming is in danger. Jiang Hao had a 5-match winning streak a year ago, but for some reason, he hasn't participated in the challenge on the bronze platform. Therefore, his result was automatically cancelled, but his strength is definitely above that. Looks like Yao Tianyu is here. Lu Ming has offended Yao Tianyu before. Let's see how Lu Ming will deal with it. As soon as Jiang Hao appeared on the stage, there was a heated discussion. Yao Tianyu asked you to come up. Lu Ming looked at Jiang Hao. Just now, he saw Jiang Hao beside Yao Tianyu. He. Lu Ming, I wasn't there the last time at the Star Moon Pavilion. Otherwise, you would have been a corpse. But it's not too late now. If you want to admit defeat, do it now. I won't give you any chance later. Jiang Hao smiled coldly. That's what I want to say to you. Lu Ming said indifferently. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the challenge. Whoosh. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Jiang Hao's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was more than 20 meters away. Then, with another flash, he was already in front of Lu Ming. His figure was as fast as a ghost. Clang. At this moment, Jiang Hao suddenly drew his sword from his waist. This was a flexible sword that was wrapped around Jiang Hao's waist. Now that it was suddenly pulled out, it was impossible to guard against. In addition, Jiang Hao's movement technique was extremely fast. He was like an assassin walking in the dark. Even if one's cultivation was higher than his, they would still fall into his trap. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was no ordinary person. Ultimate Flowing Light. Lu Ming executed the fastest move of the Flowing Light sword art with his huge sword. In the past, he had always used a thin sword to execute the Flowing Light sword art. The whistling of the sword was sharp and dense. But now, he was using a huge sword. The speed was just as fast, but the whistling of the sword was as loud as thunder. Poochie. A head flew high into the air and then rolled down the fighting stage. Only a headless corpse was left on the fighting stage. One move, another move. Jiang Hao, who had won 5 consecutive victories, was killed on the fighting ring. This time, even some of the geniuses on the bronze list had serious expressions. What a fast swordsmanship. What a strong power. This Lu Ming's swordsmanship is actually average. But his explosive power is so strong that it increased the speed of his swordsmanship by a large margin. He killed Jiang Hao in one move. Could it be that he practiced the path of body refinement? Some of the geniuses on the bronze list whispered. Lu Ming wins. The middle-aged judge announced. Then he asked people to clean up the fighting stage and carry away Jiang Hao's body. Bang! In the eastern stands, Yao Tianyu slammed the armrest of his seat. His true qi gushed out and smashed the armrest. If I'm not wrong, this Lu Ming should have practiced the path of body refinement. He Tai said. That's right. He must have practiced the path of body refinement. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such explosive power. But he didn't practice the path of body refinement last time. In just 3 months, his body can't be that strong. He Tai, if Lu Ming wins 8 consecutive battles, you go and finish him. Yao Tianyu ordered. Okay. He Tai nodded. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the eastern stands. Yao Tianyu, why did you send someone to die? Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Lu Ming said in a clear voice. Provocation. This was a naked provocation. Everyone's gaze shifted from Lu Ming to Yao Tianyu. They couldn't help but think of the grudge between Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu 3 months ago. Interesting. Many people were looking forward to it. This year's newcomer king was too strong. He dared to talk to Yao Tianyu like that. They wondered what the consequences would be. Ha ha ha. Yao Tianyu laughed out of anger. He didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. He sneered, Lu Ming, I really hope you can win 10 consecutive battles and get on the bronze list to challenge me. At that time, I'll let you know what despair is. Yao Tianyu, you and your subordinate dog are really the same. Just now, Jiang Hao told me to admit defeat as soon as possible, or else I wouldn't have a chance. In the end, reality proved that he was just a useless person with a mouth full of bubbles. Now, you're the same. Birds of a feather flock together. Lu Ming curled his lips. Humph. Lu Ming, let's see who's the one with a mouth full of bubbles. Yao Tianyu snorted coldly. His face was gloomy and he didn't say anything else. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then looked around and said, Now, who wants to fight me? The crowd quieted down. They looked at each other. For a moment, no one dared to go up. Lu Ming's combat strength had been revealed just now. Jiang Hao was killed in one strike. He definitely had the strength to win 7 or even 8 consecutive battles. Who would go up and look for trouble? After a while, a young man jumped onto the stage. But this young man was very polite. He cupped his fists and said, Junior brother Lu Ming is a dragon among men. I know I'm not your opponent, but I can't resist the urge to spar with junior brother Lu Ming. I hope junior brother Lu Ming will go easy on me. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face. Since he was being polite, Lu Ming also smiled and said, You're too polite. Then let's spar. This young man was not weak. At the beginning of the battle, Lu Ming deliberately went easy on him. After a dozen moves, the young man took the initiative to admit defeat. After that, there were no obstacles. 5 consecutive victories, 6 consecutive victories, 7 consecutive victories. Finally, 8 consecutive victories. These people had no enmity with Lu Ming. They were all very polite. Therefore, Lu Ming did not erupt with too much strength. He only won by a small margin. Especially in the 8th battle, Lu Ming fought with a young expert who had 7 consecutive victories. He suppressed his cultivation and exchanged more than 30 moves with him before winning by a small margin. This made many people think that Lu Ming's combat strength should be around 8 consecutive victories. Lu Ming smiled faintly. If not, how could a big fish appear? He Tai, we have a rough idea of Lu Ming's strength. You go. Yao Tianyu ordered. Senior brother Yao, don't worry. I will break all the bones in his body. Chapter 102. He Tai has made his move. It's him. This is going to be interesting. He Tai's body is extremely strong, and his close combat ability is also very strong. Lu Ming seems to have also cultivated the way of body refining. Who do you think will win? It's hard to say. He Tai had 8 consecutive victories a few months ago. He must be stronger now. However, Lu Ming, the new king of this year, rose too quickly. It's really shocking. No one knows if he has any trump cards. Therefore, it's hard to say who will win this battle. Yeah. I didn't come in vain today. Everyone stared at the fighting ring with great interest. Lu Ming had exceeded everyone's expectations. He was just a new disciple this year, but he had already won 8 battles in a row. As long as he won 2 more battles, he would be able to enter the bronze list. This was rare even in the history of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. What everyone was concerned about was whether he could win or not. Would He Tai be able to stop him? In the fighting ring, Lu Ming and He Tai stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, last time, you were saved by Mulans. This time, let's see who can save you. He Tai revealed a cruel smile. Lu Ming touched his forehead speechlessly and said, "Look, again. I just said that birds of a feather flock together. Did Yao Tianyu teach you all this? Let me teach you. Saying such words is the right of the strong. The weak do not have the right to say such words." Huh, there was a burst of laughter. Lu Ming's words were obviously mocking Yao Tianyu. It was too interesting. You'll soon understand who's the strong one. He Tai said with a gloomy face. Is that so? You're good at nothing but your body and your fists. Then I'll use my fists to fight with you. Lu Ming smiled faintly, then waved his hand and the giant sword disappeared. He faced He Tai with his bare hands. This move caused the crowd to be in an uproar again. What? Lu Ming is actually not using a weapon and wants to fight He Tai with his fists. Unwise, unwise. Lu Ming underestimated the enemy too much. Isn't this using his own weakness against the enemy's strength? He's still young after all. He's still too careless in his actions. I don't think so. Lu Ming doesn't seem like an unwise person. In the Eastern Grandstand. Huh, Lu Ming is really courting death. I didn't expect him to be so stupid to actually compete with He Tai in a fist fight. Idiot, to think that I thought he was someone important. Beside Yao Tianyu, the red-robed young man and the others laughed mockingly. Yao Tianyu's eyes flashed and he frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything. On the fighting ring, He Tai saw that Lu Ming had put away his battle sword and was overjoyed. He shouted, "Lu Ming, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your words." He originally only had 60 to 70% chance of defeating Lu Ming, but now that Lu Ming had actually abandoned his battle sword, he immediately felt that he had a 100% chance of killing Lu Ming. How could he not be happy? Lu Ming was a typical example of courting death. Don't worry, Lu Ming, never go back on my words. But you better not admit defeat later. There was an inexplicable smile at the corners of Lu Ming's mouth. Don't worry, if I admit defeat today, I'll get out of here. He Tai immediately said, as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would go back on his words. However, in the grandstand, Yao Tianyu's frown deepened. He didn't know why, but when he saw Lu Ming's calm expression, he had a bad premonition in his heart. At this moment, the referee announced the start of the match. "Ha, take this." He Tai roared. The muscles all over his body swelled up. There was a layer of faint black light on his skin, making his muscles look like pieces of black iron, making He Tai look like a steel monster. Bam! Bam! He Tai strode forward. Every step he took covered a distance of 10 meters. Every step he took on the fighting stage caused a loud rumbling sound to ring out. In a few breaths, He Tai rushed in front of Lu Ming. His huge fist was aimed at Lu Ming's head, with a sinister smile on his face. At this moment, Lu Ming punched out. This punch was aimed at He Tai's fist. Boom! The two men's fists collided with each other, causing a loud explosion. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They stared at the two, and a thought flashed through their minds. Can Lu Ming withstand it? But soon, they knew the answer. A strong figure stumbled back 5 or 6 steps before he could regain his balance. This figure was actually He Tai. And Lu Ming's figure didn't even sway. Hiss, the sound of people inhaling cold air was heard. The air seemed to have frozen at this moment. Almost everyone opened their mouths wide enough to stuff a duck egg. Their eyes were wide open, and their eyeballs almost popped out. This was unbelievable. Lu Ming abandoned his weapon and fought with his fist. How could he push He Tai back 5 or 6 steps with one punch? Could it be that Lu Ming also practiced fist techniques? Could it be that Lu Ming's physical body was stronger than He Tai's? But that was impossible. They hadn't heard that Lu Ming practiced the way of body refining before. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a sorry state 3 months ago. But how could his physical body be cultivated to such a level in just 3 months? Unless he had obtained some heaven and earth treasure. Ah! Lu Ming, I'm going to kill you. He Tai was pushed back by Lu Ming's punch. Looking at the shocked eyes around him, he felt greatly insulted and hated Lu Ming to the bone. He let out an angry roar and put his hands on his waist. A pair of metal gloves appeared on his hands, and he rushed towards Lu Ming. In the process of rushing out, his bloodline erupted. The level 4 giant bear bloodline increased his strength by another 40%. Then I'll play with you. Lu Ming's mouth was still holding an indifferent smile. With a thought, his strength increased a bit and he punched towards He Tai. Bare-handed against He Tai's spirit weapon gloves. Boom! Their fists collided for the second time. A roar that was even more intense than before rang out. Then, at the place where the two people's fists collided, a burst of powerful strength chi erupted. The strength chi was like a gale, sweeping in all directions. Some of the disciples who were nearby were almost swept up by the gale. Be careful. There was a lot of noise. These disciples used their chi to resist the gale. On the fighting stage, Lu Ming and He Tai's figures swayed slightly. They were evenly matched. He blocked it. Lu Ming blocked it again. Unbelievable. Lu Ming hasn't even activated his bloodline, and he's barehanded. He Tai has already activated his bloodline and is even wearing a pair of spirit weapon gloves. Too strong. Lu Ming is too strong. As long as he can hold on for 2 minutes, when He Tai's bloodline power is exhausted, he will win. Not bad. Come again. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. Violent bare fist, go to hell. He Tai roared and punched out again. The shock in his heart was stronger than anyone else. He knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, he would really be defeated after 2 minutes. He Tai erupted with all his strength. Boom! Lu Ming punched out again. This time, he increased his strength. Chapter 103. Now, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the early stage of the martial master realm. Coupled with the power of the true dragon battle skill, his true chi cultivation had surpassed the peak of the martial master realm. On the other hand, Lu Ming's physical body had reached the lesser second grade while He Tai was only at the greater perfection of the first grade. Lu Ming had surpassed He Tai in both aspects. Therefore, Lu Ming could easily suppress He Tai without using his full strength. He Tai, with your strength, you have the nerve to call yourself an expert? I've said it before, there is no difference between you and Jiang Hao. Lu Ming's voice rang out, causing He Tai to roar in anger. He attacked Lu Ming with all his might. I'm done playing with you. It's about time to end this. Lu Ming said softly and then increased his strength. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming continued to use the flame dragon fists. His fists were wrapped in a ball of red true chi. Every time he punched out, there was a faint sound of a dragon's roar. He Tai could not resist at all and his body was constantly pushed back. After a dozen punches, He Tai spat out a mouthful of blood. He Tai was about to lose. The crowd was silent as they watched this scene. They knew that He Tai's defeat was certain and there was nothing he could do to reverse the situation. Bang! Bang! After a few more punches, He Tai's body kept trembling and blood kept flowing out of his body. At this moment, he really wanted to admit defeat. However, when he thought of what he had just said, he swallowed the words back. Lu Ming sneered and increased his strength. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from He Tai's arm and his body kept retreating. Lu Ming rushed forward and punched He Tai's stomach. He Tai let out a blood-curdling scream. His sturdy body flew a dozen meters away and landed heavily on the fighting ring, causing the fighting ring to shake violently. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to He Tai's side. He looked down at He Tai and said with a faint smile, "Did you just say that you wanted to break my bones?" No. No, there's no such thing. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. He Tai looked at Lu Ming's cold eyes and felt a chill in his heart. He was so shocked that he couldn't be any more shocked. He hurriedly shouted, "Admit defeat." He knew that if he didn't admit defeat, Lu Ming would really break his bones. "Oh? Admit defeat? Then get off the platform. You said it yourself. If you break the contract, I don't mind breaking the contract too." Lu Ming sneered. He Tai's face was extremely ugly. He had indeed said that if Yi Futian admitted defeat, he would get out of the fighting ring. But at that time, he thought that he would definitely win and never thought that he would lose. That was why he said that. Now that he had really lost, how could he do that in front of so many people? But if he didn't do it, Lu Ming could use this as an excuse to continue attacking him. "Lu Ming, don't go overboard. It's best not to go overboard." In the stands, Yao Tianyu stood up and said coldly. "Go overboard? Yao Tianyu, why didn't I see you go overboard in the past? Now that your man is lying at my feet like a dog, I stand up and say something about going overboard. What kind of bullshit logic are you talking about?" Lu Ming glanced at Yao Tianyu and scolded him loudly. Yao Tianyu's face instantly turned extremely ugly and gloomy. "Yao Tianyu, you don't have to talk nonsense. It's your turn soon." Lu Ming stopped looking at Yao Tianyu and continued to look at He Tai. "Are you going to get out or not? If not, I'll make you do it myself." Then he lifted his foot and was about to step on He Tai's body. During this process, the middle-aged judge didn't say a word. He had to uphold all the agreements made on the battle stage. Wait a minute, I'll get out. I'll get out." He Tai suddenly shouted. Compared to being broken by Lu Ming, he chose to get out in the end. Immediately, he rolled on the fighting ring in humiliation. His movements were clumsy and ridiculous. He rolled dozens of times before he fell off the fighting ring with a plop. Everyone present was dumbfounded. After a while, they burst into laughter. He Tai's face flushed red. He was too ashamed to show his face. He didn't have the face to stay any longer. He slipped out of the bronze platform. After today, He Tai would become a complete laughingstock. In the stands, Yao Tianyu's killing intent was so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. He Tai was his man. If He Tai was humiliated, he would be humiliated as well. "Lu Ming, Lu Ming, Lu Ming, I swear I'm not a man if I don't kill you." Yao Tianyu roared in his heart. His killing intent was unparalleled. At this moment, the judge announced that Lu Ming was the winner. 9 consecutive victories. Lu Ming had achieved 9 consecutive victories. He was only one step away from 10 consecutive victories. Countless people looked on with anticipation. In the history of the Mystic Essence Sword sect, there weren't many people who could make it to the bronze list in their first year. In the last 10 years, there was only one person. That person was one of the Mystic Essence Sword sect's gold-ranked disciples. He was also the #1 expert among the Mystic Essence Sword sect's disciples, one of the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun sect, Feng Wuji. Feng Wuji was a true peerless genius. Could Lu Ming achieve that? In the next round, Lu Ming will be up against the powerhouse who has a 9-win streak. Who among you who has a 9-win streak wants to come up for a fight? The middle-aged judge announced. For a long time, no one spoke. 9 consecutive victories. Only one match away from 10 consecutive victories. Of course, they had to be cautious. Otherwise, if they lost, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable. Those who had 9 consecutive victories wouldn't go up if they weren't confident. After waiting for a long time, seeing that no one came up, the judge said, "All right. Since no one wants to come up, I'll draw lots. Whoever gets the lot has to come up." This was one of the rules of the bronze platform. If it wasn't for this rule, no one would dare to challenge those who were stronger than them. Wouldn't that mean they wouldn't be able to make it to the bronze list? After the judge finished speaking, someone came up to the stage and handed him a box. Inside the box were the names of all the 9 consecutive winners. The judge fumbled around casually. After a while, he took out a bamboo stick with a name written on it. Wu Hao, go up and fight. The judge's voice resounded throughout the arena. On the western side of the stands, a young man stood up with a helpless expression on his face. Since he was drawn, he could only fight. Wu Hao leaped a few times and went up to the stage. Junior brother Lu, please. Wu Hao cupped his fists with a solemn expression. Lu Ming could easily suppress He Tai. This made him feel a lot of pressure. Please. Lu Ming said. After the judge announced the start of the match, the two of them began to fight. Wu Hao was able to obtain 9 consecutive victories because he had true ability. He had a movement technique and a sword skill, both of which were high-grade yellow class. Moreover, he had already cultivated them to the 6th stage. His talent was high. Unfortunately, he met Lu Ming. He was destined to lose. Lu Ming didn't use his full strength. He only used the giant sword in his hand to display the flowing light sword art. He only defeated Wu Hao after a few dozen moves. 10 consecutive victories. After defeating Wu Hao, it meant 10 consecutive victories. And 10 consecutive victories meant that one was on the bronze list. Chapter 104. The entire bronze platform was in an uproar. Lu Ming had really made it to the bronze list. Today, there were 2 newcomer kings who had made it to the bronze list. One was from the previous batch, and the other was from the current batch. This had never happened before in the history of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Many people cheered. They had not come in vain today. They had come to see if Feng Xinglia could make it to the bronze list. In the end, Feng Xinglia did not disappoint and made it to the bronze list. He even defeated Duan Muhu, who was ranked 55th. They had thought that was the end, but the truth was that it was not over yet. Because Lu Ming had made it to the Colosseum. At first, no one was optimistic about Lu Ming. They thought that Lu Ming had made it to the Colosseum on impulse after seeing Feng Xinglia's glory. However, the facts proved that they were wrong. Lu Ming displayed his super powerful combat ability. He defeated all his opponents and directly rushed to the bronze list. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Many of them had previously said that Lu Ming was arrogant and overconfident, that it was impossible for him to succeed, and so on. Now, they had been slapped in the face by the facts. However, they did not care anymore. They were all agitated and releasing their inner excitement. Nest, he's too strong. He made it to the bronze list in his first year. In the past 10 years, only senior brother Feng Wuji had done it. Who is senior brother Feng Wuji? He's a peerless genius, one of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun. I didn't expect Lu Ming to do it. Is Lu Ming a genius like senior brother Feng Wuji? Not necessarily. Some people are strong in the early stages, but their potential is not as strong as before. But Lu Ming's performance is indeed very strong. Actually, other than senior brother Feng Wuji, Duan Mulin from the White Tiger Hall can do it too. But he awakened his bloodline too early and became a silver disciple. That's why he didn't make it to the bronze list. Oh, I've heard about that too. Lu Ming, as the newcomer king, had won 10 battles in a row. Many disciples had begun to compare him with the strongest geniuses in the past. Senior brother Lu Ming is mighty. Senior brother Lu Ming is invincible. In the southern stands, Pang Shi roared excitedly, his face flushed red with excitement. Brother, could it be that you know senior brother Lu Ming? Nearby, someone asked Pang Shi. When he addressed Lu Ming, he had already added the words senior brother. Of course. Senior apprentice brother Lu Ming and I are roommates in the same monastery. Pang Shi said proudly. He's actually senior brother Lu Ming's roommate. Junior brother Pang, if there's an opportunity in the future, you must introduce senior brother Lu Ming to us. The other disciples immediately said. If one had a backer in the Mystic Essence Sword sect, many things would be much easier. Lu Ming was a new disciple this year. The talent he had displayed was extremely shocking. It was unknown what kind of realm he would reach in the future. Many smart people were already thinking of how to get closer to Lu Ming. I can try. But I can't guarantee that senior brother Lu Ming won't have the time. Pang Shi scratched his head in a simple and honest manner. That's for sure. The others all said. Beside Pang Shi, Hua Qi's eyes were also filled with shock. At the same time, there was also deep admiration. Around the bronze platform, the geniuses on the bronze rankings all had different expressions. For example, Yen Su, who was ranked 50th, and Ji Dong, who was ranked 48th, both had grave expressions. As for Feng Xinglia, his eyes were shining. He looked at Lu Ming with shock and admiration, as well as an intense battle intent. As for Yao Tianyu, his expression was incomparably gloomy. At the same time, his eyes were filled with killing intent. As for the geniuses ranked higher on the bronze rankings, their eyes were shining. No one knew what they were thinking. Do you think Lu Ming will continue to challenge? I think so. Didn't you see? Previously, he mentioned Yao Tianyu by name. I think the person he wants to challenge is definitely Yao Tianyu. If he really challenges Yao Tianyu, then it will be interesting. Actually, I think it will be even more interesting if he challenges Feng Xinglia. Both of them are newcomer kings. Yes. Around them, the disciples of the four courtyards began to guess if Lu Ming would continue to challenge. At this time, the middle-aged judge announced, Lu Ming, you have won 10 battles in a row. According to the rules, you are ranked 58th. I will report this to the sect. Now, do you still want to challenge? The middle-aged judge looked at Lu Ming and asked. His eyes were filled with surprise. He had been in charge of the bronze platform for many years and had seen all kinds of geniuses. However, geniuses like Lu Ming were extremely rare. Everyone's gaze fell on Lu Ming. They wanted to know who Lu Ming would challenge. Would it be Yao Tianyu? As expected, Lu Ming's gaze turned to Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu looked coldly at Lu Ming. Yao Tianyu, 3 months ago, I said that I wanted to challenge you. However, at that time, you were high and mighty and said that I did not have the right to challenge you. Now, do I have the right? Lu Ming looked at Yao Tianyu and said word by word. Yao Tianyu said in a low voice, Lu Ming, I admit that your talent is not bad. You do have the right to challenge me. However, do you think, then why are you still talking nonsense? Get down here and fight me. Lu Ming interrupted Yao Tianyu's words and shouted in a domineering manner. Kikik, Yao Tianyu had never enjoyed such treatment. He was interrupted by Lu Ming halfway through his words and even asked him to get down and fight. He only felt a surge of anger in his chest, almost causing internal injuries. He clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. Lu Ming, do you dare to fight me to the death? Yao Tianyu roared in anger. That's what I want. Get down here. Lu Ming's battle intent was arrogant and there was no trace of fear. Swoosh, Yao Tianyu's figure flickered and appeared on the fighting ring, facing Lu Ming. Do you really want to fight to the death? The middle-aged judge asked. That's right. Lu Ming said decisively. I must kill Lu Ming in a fight to the death. Yao Tianyu said coldly. All right, then let's fight to the death. The middle-aged judge announced loudly. Although one of them would definitely die in a fight to the death, it would be a great loss to the Mystic Essence Sword sect no matter who it was. However, the path of martial arts was fraught with thorns and difficulties. Every pinnacle powerhouse had been honed through life and death situations. The middle-aged referee and the higher-ups of the Mystic Essence Sword sect were well aware of this. Therefore, they wouldn't stop the disciples from fighting to the death. No matter how talented one was, as long as it was a fair fight, they would not stop it. It was worth it to give birth to a peerless expert if 10 geniuses died in a fight. As the referee's voice fell, the atmosphere in the stadium was ignited once again. It was a boiling scene. Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu were going to fight to the death. That meant that only one of them could leave the fighting ring today. Who would emerge victorious between the two of them? Yao Tianyu was also a super genius. In the newcomers trial 2 years ago, he was one of the top contenders for the title of Newcomer King. Now, he was only 17 years old. It was very rare for him to reach such a cultivation level. As for Lu Ming, he was a super genius among super geniuses. He was the newcomer king this year and had made it to the bronze list in his first year. Chapter 105. Love-struck fool, do you think senior brother Lu Ming can win? In the southern stands, Pang Shi couldn't help but worry about Lu Ming. I don't know. Hua Qi shook his head and said, Yao Tianyu hasn't fought for a long time. Although he's only ranked 51st, no one knows if he has any trump cards. But I reckon that even if Yao Tianyu has a trump card, he won't be much stronger than Lu Ming. Hua Qi said. Why? Pang Shi asked. Because Yao Tianyu is afraid. Afraid? He's going to have a life-and-death battle with Lu Ming. Why would he be afraid? Pang Shi asked in surprise. It's because he's going to have a life-and-death battle that he's afraid. Lu Ming's talent is too high. Yao Tianyu knows that if he doesn't deal with Lu Ming now, he won't have a chance in the future. He's afraid of Lu Ming's talent, so he wants to deal with Lu Ming now. Hua Qi analyzed. Then wouldn't Lu Ming be in danger? Pang Shi's face changed. Not necessarily. I've seen through Lu Ming from the beginning. Hua Qi said. At this moment, several graceful figures appeared in the southern stands. It was Mulan's, Feng Wu, and the others. Obviously, they had rushed over after hearing the news of Lu Ming's challenge. Elder Mulan's, senior sister Feng Wu. Pang Shi immediately greeted them when he saw them. Mulan's, Feng Wu, and the others came to Pang Shi's side. The others hurriedly made way for them. Lu Ming really made it to the bronze list. But isn't it a little too hasty to have a life-and-death battle with Yao Tianyu? Feng Wu's eyes were filled with surprise and worry. Don't worry. Lu Ming is very meticulous. He is not that impulsive. Moreover, since the first day I met him, he has repeatedly exceeded my expectations. I believe that he will not disappoint me today. Mulan smiled. Her smile was incomparably charming, causing some of the hot-blooded male disciples to be dumbstruck. Some of them even started drooling. She was simply too alluring. At this moment, Mulan's and the others were not the only ones on the spectator stands. There were also a few more geniuses on the bronze ranking. Obviously, they had all rushed over after hearing the news. Boom! Boom! At this moment, on the battle stage, Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu simultaneously released their powerful auras. Their auras collided in the air, forming a strong gale that swept through the surroundings. Lu Ming, I will now show you my true strength. Yao Tianyu roared, and a saber appeared in his hand. He took a step forward and slashed at Lu Ming. A saber light shot out. The pale white saber light was more than 10 meters long. It tore through the air and space, bringing with it a terrifying might as it slashed towards Lu Ming's head. Yao Tianyu's famous martial skill, profound grade low-grade saber art, wind-breaking 8 slashes. As soon as Yao Tianyu made his move, someone exclaimed. Sure enough, he has cultivated a profound grade martial skill. Let's test its power. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He stomped heavily on the ground and shot forward, slashing at Yao Tianyu's saber with his sword. For the time being, he did not need to use his spear art. Lu Ming's strength was incomparable. The giant sword in his hand was as light as a feather in his hand. The giant sword slashed out, shattering Yao Tianyu's saber light. The giant sword heavily struck Yao Tianyu's saber. Clang! There was an earth-shattering explosion, and sparks flew in all directions. The two of them flew back at the same time. They were evenly matched in the first move. He blocked it. Lu Ming actually blocked Yao Tianyu's profound grade saber art. Lu Ming must have cultivated the path of body tempering. He made use of his powerful physical body and combined martial arts to unleash powerful combat abilities. That was why he was able to block Yao Tianyu's black-level saber technique. Physical strength versus profound grade saber art. Who is stronger? The surrounding disciples of the four great academies all stared at the arena. Lu Ming, let's see how many saber strikes you can block. Yao Tianyu roared. His attacks were like a tide. Saber light flashed, breaking through the air to kill. Once again, he attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming held his giant sword and fought with Yao Tianyu. Clang! Clang! Violent collisions occurred unceasingly. Booming sounds were unceasingly heard. Powerful sword chi and saber chi surged out, forming a powerful storm that swept out in all directions. At the same time, sword chi and saber light slashed at the arena. However, the arena was built extremely hard. There were even inscriptions carved on it. Even martial grandmasters could not break it. The sword chi and saber light did not leave a single mark on it. The battle was extremely intense. In the blink of an eye, the two of them had exchanged more than 30 moves. Yao Tianyu, it seems that your profound grade saber art has only reached the second level. If that's all you have, then you should die. Lu Ming roared. His true chi surged as he exerted his full strength. His true chi and physical strength were completely unleashed. Of course, Lu Ming did not use his bloodline and fire aura. Buzz! The battle sword slashed through the void, making a terrifying buzzing sound. This sword was much stronger than the previous one. Lu Ming did not use his full strength just now. Someone exclaimed. Yao Tianyu's eyes narrowed. Then, a bloody light flashed on his body. A giant praying mantis condensed. Its 5 bloody chakras were extremely dazzling. Then, the praying mantis drilled into Yao Tianyu's body. Yao Tianyu's aura surged. Bloodline eruption. Yao Tianyu's bloodline was the double saber praying mantis, which greatly enhanced his saber art. Once his bloodline eruption was activated, Yao Tianyu's saber art became sharper and more powerful. Clang! Another explosion and the two of them retreated at the same time. After Lu Ming retreated, he stomped his foot heavily and charged forward again. Yao Tianyu did the same. The two of them were like two cannonballs, heavily bombarding each other. Clang! Clang! In just a few breaths, the two of them had bombarded more than 10 moves. Everyone at the scene held their breath and stared at them without blinking. It was too intense and exciting. Boom! Another move. The two of them trembled and slid back more than 10 meters before they could stand firm. Yao Tianyu, is this all you have? It's really disappointing. After 2 minutes, your bloodline force will disappear. How are you going to fight with me then? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, the whole place was filled with whispers. Lu Ming was right. Once Yao Tianyu's bloodline eruption was over, how could he fight with Lu Ming? How could this be? How could this Lu Ming be so strong? The young men following Yao Tianyu exclaimed in disbelief. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming, I admit that you're very strong. It's not bad that you can force me to this point. Now, I'll show you my real strength. I originally wanted to show it in the competition of the 4 academies 2 months later. It's your honor to use it on you. At this time, Yao Tianyu was not afraid. Instead, he laughed loudly. Chapter 106. Lu Ming, don't think that you're the only one who has practiced the way of body refining. Yao Tianyu roared. With a bang, Yao Tianyu's body was like a huge piece of iron, rushing toward Lu Ming. At the same time, he chopped down with his saber. The saber whistled, shaking the heaven and earth. Way of body refining. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed and he used all his strength to block with his giant sword. Boom! When the giant sword and Yao Tianyu's saber collided, Lu Ming felt an overwhelming force rushing toward him. He couldn't help but slide back more than 10 meters. He only felt a little numb. Way of body refining. Yao Tianyu has also practiced the way of body refining. It's the same kind of body refining skill as He Tai. Looking at the level of maturity, it's not weaker than He Tai's. With a strong body and a profound level saber technique, Lu Ming is doomed. He's no match for him. Yes, with a strong body and a profound level saber technique, Yao Tianyu's ranking on the bronze list is definitely not just 51st. In my opinion, he should be in the 40s. Lu Ming can't resist him at all. Lu Ming is really in danger. It's a pity that such a genius is going to die. I don't think so. Maybe Lu Ming has also practiced a profound level martial technique? Idiot, Lu Ming has also practiced a profound level martial technique? How is that possible? Do you think it's so easy to practice a profound level martial technique? How long has it been since Lu Ming entered the sect? Cultivation can be improved quickly with heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but martial techniques rely on comprehension and time. Although Lu Ming is very talented, he hasn't had enough time. I'm 100% sure that it's impossible for him to practice a profound level martial technique now. Yao Tianyu's sudden outburst shocked everyone. In the southern stands, Peng Shi was very anxious. What should we do? Yao Tianyu is so strong. What should we do? Will Senior Lu Ming be okay? This is a life and death battle. Peng Shi, calm down. Feng Wu called out, but her eyes were filled with worry as well. Hua Qi and Mulans didn't say anything, but at the same time, their eyes were filled with worry. Lu Ming, can you still create a miracle? Mulans whispered. On the east side, Yao Tianyu's lackeys were overjoyed. Senior Brother Yao is invincible. How can a mere Lu Ming fight against Senior Brother Yao? He is destined to die in the hands of Senior Brother Yao. A few lackeys shouted. On the other hand, Feng Xinglia, Yan Su, and the other geniuses on the bronze list stared at the battlefield with burning eyes. Lu Ming, this is my strongest combat power. Do you see it? This is the difference between us. I can kill you within a minute. Yao Tianyu's tone was very arrogant. At the same time, he was full of disdain and ridicule towards Lu Ming. But at this moment, to everyone's surprise, Lu Ming actually laughed. Lu Ming smiled confidently and calmly. His clear voice could be heard from afar. This huge sword is really not easy to use. I thought that I would be able to defeat you with this sword. Now, it seems that I have to change it. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant sword in Lu Ming's hand disappeared and an 8-foot-long red spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Long spear? Lu Ming uses a long spear? I heard that he has always used a sword. Could it be a bluff? No matter what, it depends on strength in the end. Yao Tianyu looked at the long spear in Lu Ming's hand and his eyes flashed. He sneered. What's the use of changing weapons? Die for me. Saber gleams flashed and Yao Tianyu continued to charge toward Lu Ming. Flaming Star Spear Art, Broken Armor. The long spear pierced out with a strong rotating force. This spear accurately pierced the blade of Yao Tianyu's battle saber. A strong force instantly erupted from the tip of the spear. The blade aura that Yao Tianyu condensed on the blade was instantly scattered. With a buzzing sound, the battle saber vibrated and Yao Tianyu's figure staggered back. Profound grade spear art, impossible. Yao Tianyu let out an incredulous roar. A spear strike repelled him. Lu Ming had definitely used a profound grade martial art. Moreover, it was definitely not weaker than his saber art. How was this possible? 3 months ago, Lu Ming definitely did not cultivate a profound grade spear art. Otherwise, in such a life and death situation, Lu Ming would definitely have used it. There was only one explanation. Lu Ming had not only improved his physical body and cultivation level within 3 months, but he had also mastered the black level spear technique. Thinking of this, Yao Tianyu's heart was filled with a strong sense of fear. Lu Ming was too monstrous, too abnormal. This kind of talent was too terrifying. No, I must kill him today. Otherwise, the one who will die in the future will definitely be me. Yao Tianyu roared in his heart. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. When Lu Ming repelled Yao Tianyu with a single spear strike, they were already stunned. Astral Fire Spear Art, Landslide. Lu Ming took the initiative and did not give Yao Tianyu the slightest chance. His figure leaped high and the long spear fiercely smashed down. The long spear struck the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom. Yao Tianyu did not have time to counterattack and could only use his battle saber to block. Dang! The long spear smashed onto Yao Tianyu's battle saber. This spear contained the power of a landslide. Yao Tianyu's body trembled, his legs trembled and he almost knelt down. He only felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. When Lu Ming used a profound grade martial art, he had already completely suppressed him. Moon seizing. Lu Ming did not show any mercy and launched a crazy attack. The long spear was like a dragon, constantly smashing towards Yao Tianyu. Yao Tianyu spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was completely at a disadvantage. The disciples of the four great courtyards stared with their eyes wide open. Profound grade martial art. Lu Ming has also cultivated a profound grade martial art. This is too unbelievable. Who is that? Weren't you 100% sure that Lu Ming could not cultivate a profound grade martial art? What do you say now? The person who was asked, his face flushed red and he was completely speechless. He was not the only one. Those disciples from the four courtyards who were certain that Lu Ming would not be able to master the black-level martial technique were also blushing. Lu Ming's words were like a slap to their faces. They did not dare to speak again. Lu Ming was simply beyond common sense. They were afraid that if they said too much, they would be ruthlessly slapped in the face again. Senior brother Lu Ming is really too powerful. Pang Shi was so excited that his whole body trembled. Mulans, Fengwu, and Hua Qi were also ecstatic in their hearts, but the shock on their faces was difficult to suppress. Impossible? How is this possible? Yao Tianyu's several lackeys let out an incredulous roar. Bang! After more than 10 moves, Lu Ming's spear swept towards Yao Tianyu's chest. A burst of bone-breaking sound spread throughout the entire arena. Yao Tianyu's body was sent flying more than 20 meters and heavily fell on the fighting stage. His whole body was twitching non-stop and the saber in his hand was also sent flying far away. Yao Tianyu was defeated, completely defeated. He was defeated by this year's newcomer king, Lu Ming. Chapter 107. Step by step, Lu Ming walked towards Yao Tianyu. His clear and indifferent voice sounded. Yao Tianyu, a few months ago in the Dark Blood Mountain, your lackey wanted to snatch my Dark Blood Stone and was chased away by me. At that time, I was already merciful, but you thought you were so high and mighty that I had to obey you. When I returned to the sect, you ordered someone to summon me and told me to obediently hand over the Dark Blood Stone. I didn't agree, but you instigated the Star Moon Pavilion to deliberately find trouble with the new disciples of the Vermilion Bird Institute and deliberately injured my brother Pang Shi. Your goal was to provoke me so that you could openly bring the people of the disciplinary hall to arrest me. At that time, I would be at your mercy. At that time, you were so arrogant, so insufferably arrogant that I didn't even have the qualifications to challenge you. But now? Your prestige, your arrogance, where did it go? Lu Ming said as he walked. When he finished, he had already reached Yao Tianyu's side, looking down at him with indifferent eyes. The surrounding disciples of the four great courtyards were enlightened after hearing this. So this was how the enmity between Lu Ming and Yao Tianyu came about. Yao Tianyu is too arrogant, he actually used such a despicable method. It's not that Yao Tianyu is arrogant, the world of martial arts has always been like this. It's just that Yao Tianyu chose the wrong person. If it was someone else, they could only submit in front of him. But he just had to meet Lu Ming, such a peerless genius, so he could only be defeated. The disciples of the four great courtyards discussed with each other. The battle of life and death ends here. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. Wait, Lu Ming, wait, don't kill me. You're a peerless genius, but I'm not bad either. We can cooperate, no one in the Mystic Essence Sword sect will be our opponent in the future. Yao Tianyu's body frantically struggled as he shouted. He was still young, he still had a bright future ahead of him, he didn't want to die. Cooperate? Lu Ming smiled disdainfully and said, "Cooperate with me, you don't have the qualifications." Whoosh. Then, the long spear flashed and pierced through Yao Tianyu's chest. Yao Tianyu let out a blood-curdling screech as he gripped the spear's shaft tightly with both hands. Blood continued to gush out from his mouth as his eyes were filled with unwillingness, resentment, and regret. At this moment, he finally regretted. He regretted offending Lu Ming. Whoosh. Lu Ming pulled out his long spear, and with a shake of the spear, the blood on the spear was shaken off, leaving not a single drop behind. Yao Tianyu's body slowly went limp. Finally, he stopped breathing. The genius on the bronze list, Yao Tianyu, was dead. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Today, Lu Ming not only made it to the bronze list, he even killed Yao Tianyu. All of this was like a dream, so unreal. But that was the truth. Today, Lu Ming's name was destined to spread throughout the entire Mystic Essence Sword sect. On the southern stands, Pang Shi laughed crazily. Mulans and the others also smiled. On the eastern stands, Yao Tianyu's henchmen were pale. Their bodies seemed to have lost all strength as they slumped in their seats. Yao Tianyu was dead. They knew that they would not have a good life in the future. Previously, they had relied on Yao Tianyu to act tyrannically and offended many people. Those people were afraid of Yao Tianyu and did not dare to do anything to them. But now that Yao Tianyu was dead, no one would care about them. Their future would be miserable. The geniuses on the bronze list were also shocked by the scene. Lu Ming's talent is better than mine. Feng Xinglia let out a long sigh, then turned around and left the stand. Lu Ming wins this battle. Lu Ming, do you want to continue? The middle-aged judge announced loudly and asked. Lu Ming shook his head and walked down the fighting stage. It was enough to kill Yao Tianyu. There was no need for another battle. It was better to leave some trump cards for himself. In this battle, he had already exposed his body-tempering Dao and his profound-level martial technique. Of course, he had only used the second level of the profound-level martial technique. In addition, he had not used his force. If he really used it, the disciples of the four courtyards would be shocked. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're amazing. Pang Shi, Hua Qi, Mulan, and the rest also came down from the spectator stand and walked toward Lu Ming. Before they arrived, Pang Shi shouted excitedly. Lu Ming, when did you learn the profound-level martial technique? You've been hiding it from us for a long time. Feng Wu walked over and said. Lu Ming smiled and said, "It's too noisy here. Let's talk while walking." There were tens of thousands of people here and it was really noisy. It was indeed inconvenient. Everyone walked out of the bronze stand and walked towards the Vermilion Bird courtyard. Lu Ming briefly told them about his time in the Lingnan Fire territory to practice his spear technique. He did not mention that he had comprehended force. You're saying that you only cultivated in the Lingnan Fire territory for a few months and your profound-level martial technique has reached this level? Feng Wu and the others stared at him with wide eyes. That's right. The environment of that place is compatible with my spear technique, so it's much easier to cultivate. Lu Ming said. You're crazy. Everyone looked at Lu Ming with disdain. It was not easy to cultivate a profound-level martial technique. It was easy to find a suitable environment to cultivate, but how many people could really master it? Everyone could only describe Lu Ming as crazy. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. Only he knew that he had relied on the chanting of the scriptures in the Temple of Paragon and his fearless cultivation to achieve this. They talked as they walked and soon, they arrived at the Vermilion Bird courtyard where Lu Ming and Pang Shi were staying. Senior Sister Mulans, I haven't paid you back the 3,000 contribution points I owed you last time. After entering the courtyard, Lu Ming took out his identity jade token. Mulan's beautiful eyes flickered continuously. Her pair of limpid eyes scanned Lu Ming from head to toe. After a while, she said, last time, not only did you defeat Ning Feng, but you also made it to the bronze list and killed Yao Tianyu. You have greatly boosted the prestige of the Vermilion Bird courtyard. I can't be stingy. Take those 3,000 contribution points as your reward. Thank you, Senior Sister Mullins. As soon as Mullins finished speaking, Lu Ming immediately thanked her. He was not embarrassed at all, as if he was afraid that Mullins would go back on her words. Mullins was speechless. Then, she looked around and said, now that you're on the bronze list, you'll be representing the Vermilion Bird Courtyard in the 4-courtyard tournament in 2 months. For courtyard tournament? Lu Ming was confused. Beside him, Peng Shi was also confused. Hua Qi and Feng Wu's eyes flickered. They seemed to know about the 4-courtyard tournament. Mullins explained, the 4-courtyard tournament is a competition between the 4 courtyards. It's held once a year. For the bronze-level disciples, the geniuses on the bronze list directly participate. It's meaningless for other disciples to participate. Similarly, for the silver-level disciples, the geniuses on the silver list directly participate. In the end, the sect master will give out rewards according to the results of each disciple. Chapter 108. So that's how it is. Lu Ming nodded. Now that you are on the bronze list, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard will have 10 geniuses on the bronze list. In 2 months, you will be representing the Vermilion Bird Courtyard to participate in the competition. During this period of time, you must cultivate well, and when you obtain a good ranking, not only will you be rewarded handsomely, the entire Vermilion Bird Courtyard will benefit. Mullins smiled. Lu Ming laughed, don't worry, I will do my best when the time comes. Then, he looked at Feng Wu and said, Feng Wu, what did you say a few months ago? I said that if I defeat Yao Tianyu within 4 months, you will treat me to a big meal. Hey! How do you remember it so clearly? Big Sister Mullins has already given you 3,000 contribution points as a reward, and you're still thinking about my big meal? Feng Wu rolled his eyes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and said, that's another matter. I've been thinking about your big meal for a few months. That's right, that's not the same thing. You must bring me, old Pang, along. Pang Shi jeered from the side. Hey, Big Stone, what are you doing? Feng Wu said unhappily. In the end, they couldn't argue with them. They left the Vermilion Bird Peak and arrived at the mysterious Sword City. Everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. By the time they returned, it was already late at night. That night, Lu Ming did not cultivate. Instead, he rested well for the entire night. On the second day, Lu Ming walked towards the contribution hall. He wanted to exchange the silver on him and a few martial skills for contribution points, and then exchange them for some demonic beast blood essence to cultivate. He had more than 4 million silver on him, as well as 3 martial skill manuals. They were the low-grade yellow rank sword technique, Wild Wave Slash, the high-grade yellow rank movement technique, Cloud Treading Steps, and the high-grade yellow rank cultivation technique, Primeval Chaos Art. However, Lu Ming did not plan to exchange for Cloud Treading Steps, and planned to keep it for himself. After all, his cultivation time was too short, and he couldn't be compared to the older disciples who had cultivated for a few years, or even 5, 6, or 7 to 8 years. Those older disciples, whether it was movement techniques, offensive techniques, or defensive techniques, they were all not lacking, and their attainments were not weak. However, Lu Ming had only cultivated 4 types of martial skills. Flame Dragon Fist, Dragon Snake Steps, Flowing Light Sword Art, Astral Fire Spear Art. At his current level, the Flame Dragon Fists and Dragon Snake Steps were no longer of much use. He had to cultivate a higher level martial skill. He planned to focus on practicing the Cloud Treading Steps and the Astral Fire Spear Art before the grand competition of the 4 academies. As for the other martial arts techniques, he did not have that much energy left. And this was because of the chanting in the Temple of Paragon. How long had it been since he started cultivating? It was only around 10 months. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not be able to cultivate these martial skills to such a high level in such a short period of time. After arriving at the contribution hall, Lu Ming exchanged Wild Wave Slash and Primordial Chaos Art for contribution points. He got a total of 30,000 contribution points. On top of that, he exchanged 2 million taels of silver for contribution points. He kept 2 million taels of silver for himself. In total, he had 50,000 contribution points. Adding the contribution points that Lu Ming had left, he had a total of 55,000 contribution points. Then, Lu Ming started to exchange for the blood essence of demonic beasts. A Class 9 LV2 demonic beast cost 1,600 contribution points. Lu Ming exchanged for 25 demonic beasts, which cost him 40,000 contribution points in total. On top of that, Lu Ming exchanged for an upper class LV2 soft armor, which cost him 3,000 contribution points. His 55,000 contribution points had shrunk to 12,000 contribution points in an instant. This spending speed was too terrifying. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little heartache, but it was worth it to increase his strength. After returning to his dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon and started cultivating. Lu Ming didn't continuously devour the blood essence of demonic beasts. Instead, he devoured and refined a portion every 2 days. This way, his foundation wouldn't be unstable. Lu Ming spent most of his time on the cloud-soaring steps and the flaming star spear art. He also spent some time comprehending the force of fire. Every time he comprehended the force of fire, the image of a volcano would appear in his mind. The power of the volcano would fill his heart. What surprised Lu Ming was that as his understanding of the force of fire deepened, the effects of the flaming star spear art were better than usual. It was as if he was cultivating in the Lingnan fire territory all the time. Time passed, and the annual grand competition of the 4 academies was getting closer and closer. During this time, the atmosphere in the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's 4 academies was getting more and more tense. All the geniuses on the bronze list were cultivating in seclusion, hoping to take another step forward. More people were trying to challenge the bronze platform, hoping to get on the bronze list and qualify to participate in the grand competition of the 4 academies. After more than a month, the flaming star spear art made another breakthrough and reached the 4th level. When the grand competition of the 4 academies was about to begin, the flaming star spear art had reached the peak of the 4th level. However, it seemed to have hit a bottleneck. No matter how hard Lu Ming cultivated, he could not break through. The biggest improvement was the cloud-soaring steps. As a martial artist's martial Dao realm increased, their understanding of martial Dao would also deepen. Thus, it would be faster for them to cultivate low-level martial techniques. For example, if a martial king realm martial artist were to cultivate a yellow-level martial technique, it would take less than 2 days for him to reach the 6th level. Therefore, Lu Ming's cultivation of the cloud-soaring steps, which was of the superior yellow level, was several times faster than when he cultivated the flowing light sword art. In 2 months, Lu Ming had cultivated the cloud-soaring steps to the highest level, the 6th level of man and martial arts as one. After refining 25 Class 9 LV2 demonic beast blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak of LV8 martial master realm. He was only 1 step away from LV9 martial master realm. At this time, the Mystic Essence Sword Sect welcomed the busiest and most exciting time of the year. The grand competition of the 4 academies. At this time, almost all the disciples of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect had returned to the sect. Although most of the disciples were not qualified to participate in the competition, witnessing the battle between the top geniuses of each level would be of great help to their own cultivation. Moreover, there were 4 newcomer kings on the same stage in the grand competition of the 4 academies. This was extremely rare in the history of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect, so it was naturally more attractive. Lu Ming, this is for you. On the day of the grand competition of the 4 academies, Hua Qi and Pang Shi knocked on Lu Ming's door before dawn. Hua Qi stuffed a small book into his hand. This is? Lu Ming was a little puzzled. This book contains the information of all the geniuses on the bronze list. You can take a look. It might be helpful to you. Hua Qi said. What? The information of all the geniuses on the bronze list? How did you get it? Lu Ming was shocked. Senior brother Lu Ming, Hua Qi spent a lot of money to ask many senior disciples to help him collect this information. I just found out that the flower addict has nothing but money. Pang Shi said. Hey, big stone, how can you say that? What do you mean I have nothing but money? Let me tell you, I have everything. Hua Qi said unhappily. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't help but feel touched. He could imagine that to collect this information, it wasn't something that could be done with a little money. It was definitely a huge number. He had a feeling that Hua Qi's identity was not simple. Thank you. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. I just don't want you to lose so badly. After all, we're from the same dorm. If you lose so badly, I'll lose face too. Hua Qi left these words behind before turning around and leaving. Senior brother Lu Ming, let's go together. Chapter 109. Lu Ming returned to his room and opened the small book to read. It recorded the information of everyone on the bronze list, including martial skills, cultivation, weapons used, and so on. It was very detailed. Although it was impossible to be 100% accurate, the reference value was still very high. It was of great help to Lu Ming. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy could one win every battle. There were 60 people's information recorded in the book. In other words, there were already 60 people on the bronze list. Before Lu Ming rushed onto the bronze list, there were 56 people on the bronze list. Yao Tianyu was killed, but with Lu Ming and Feng Xinglia, there were 57 people, which meant that 3 more people had rushed onto the bronze list during this period of time. As expected, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard has the fewest people. There were only 11 people in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, 12 people in the Black Tortoise Courtyard, 15 people in the Azure Dragon Courtyard, and 22 people in the White Tiger Courtyard. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard was ranked last, and the White Tiger Courtyard was the strongest. Finally, Lu Ming's gaze landed on the top 10 names. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, Bu Xingkai, Duan Gang. These 10 names represented the top 10 of the bronze list. In the top 10, there's only one person from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Lu Ming frowned. Among the top 10, there was only one person from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, and he was ranked 6th. Among them, there were 4 from the White Tiger Courtyard, 3 from the Azure Dragon Courtyard, and 2 from the Black Tortoise Courtyard. Without a doubt, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard was the worst in terms of total number of people and top geniuses. Top 10. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a bright light, revealing a trace of fighting spirit. Very quickly, 2 hours had passed and the sky had already brightened. When Lu Ming walked out of his room, he discovered that Pang Shi and Hua Qi were already in the courtyard. Lu Ming, I heard that Hua Qi has collected information on the geniuses on the bronze list. How is it going? Feng Wu asked. I'm done. Lu Ming nodded. Yes, but I want to add a few points. Let's talk as we walk. Feng Wu said. The few of them nodded and walked out together. The geniuses on the bronze list can be roughly divided into 6 levels and 3 types. I wonder if you've heard of them? Feng Wu asked. 6 levels and 3 types? Lu Ming, Hua Qi, and Pang Shi were confused. That's right. The 6 levels are divided according to combat strength. After all, most of the geniuses on the bronze list are at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm. Therefore, although there are some rankings, their combat strength is actually very close. 45 to 60 are at the 6th level. 30 to 45 are at the 5th level. 20 to 30 are at the 4th level. 10 to 20 are at the 3rd level. 4 to 10 are at the 2nd level. The top 3 are the strongest and are at the 1st level. There are 3 types. The first type is people like you and Feng Xinglia. They haven't been in the martial school for long, and they are geniuses who have entered the martial school not long ago. They have great talent, but because they haven't been in the martial school for long, their battle strength isn't very strong. The second type is geniuses with great talent. They have been on the bronze list for a long time, but they have deliberately stayed at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm and have not broken through. Their goal is to accumulate a more solid foundation. This type of person has the most terrifying combat strength. Most of the top 10 on the bronze list are of this type. The third type is the old disciples who have been in the sect for many years. They have been stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm and have been unable to break through. This type of person has limited potential, but because they have cultivated for many years, all sorts of martial skills, secret techniques, and so on are not weak. Feng Wu explained in detail. Lu Ming and the other two nodded their heads after hearing this. They didn't expect there to be so many things going on here. Lu Ming, you know that in the future, when you face your enemies later on, you just need to know what's going on. Feng Wu said. The four of them chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the place where the 4 academies' grand competition was held. The location of the 4 academies' grand competition was not in the 4 great academies, nor was it in the middle of the 4 great academies. Instead, it was in the north of the Black Tortoise Academy, where the core of the Mystic Essence Sword sect was located. Here, it was a vast expanse of mountains. Clouds and mist curled around it, making it hazy. This was the place where the sect leader, the golden-robed elder, and the gold-ranked disciples cultivated and lived. It was said that other than these, there was also the hidden true power of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. In front of the peaks, there was a flat piece of land with a battle platform built. Around the battle platform, there was an incomparably wide grandstand. The layout was very similar to the bronze platform, but it was several times wider and more majestic. The 4 sides of the grandstand could accommodate more than 100,000 people. The disciples of the 4 great academies continued to gather here. After Lu Ming and the others arrived, they found the area of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard and sat down. As time passed, more and more people arrived. Suddenly, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out in the sky. That's the Dean of the White Tiger Courtyard and the silver-robed elder of the White Tiger Courtyard. Someone called out softly. Lu Ming and the others raised their heads and saw dozens of figures walking through the air. There were old men and middle-aged men. Each of them had an aura like a mountain, incomparably thick and suffocating. In the blink of an eye, dozens of people landed in the area of the White Tiger Courtyard. Our Vermilion Bird Courtyard's Dean and silver-robed elder are here too. Suddenly, a nearby disciple of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard shouted excitedly. There were also dozens of people in the air. There were men and women, and all of them had powerful auras. The leader was an old man with white hair. He wore a fiery red robe with a lifelike vermilion bird embroidered on it. He had a kind expression as he greeted the people of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard with a smile. This was the Dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, Yan Lan. Beside the Dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard, Lu Ming saw a familiar face. It was actually Mulan's. Feng Wu, what is the relationship between Mulan's and the Dean? Lu Ming could not help but ask Feng Wu. Don't you know? The Dean is big sister Mulan's grandfather. Feng Wu said. Grandfather? As expected. Lu Ming could not help but recall that a few months ago, Yao Tianyu had mentioned this news, but he did not pay attention to it at that time. Mulan's identity was indeed not simple. At the side, Pang Shi and Hua Qi were also dumbstruck. A dean of a courtyard was definitely a top figure in the Mystic Essence Sword sect. His status was comparable to a golden-robed elder, and his power was even greater than a golden-robed elder. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, he was a true overlord. At this time, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's dean and the rest landed in the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's area. After landing, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's dean and Mulan's actually walked towards Lu Ming and the rest. The dean is here. Pang Shi was extremely nervous and even stuttered when he spoke. Hua Qi could still be considered calm, but his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. The others nearby were even more nervous. After all, the dean was not someone that could be easily seen. Who is the dean here to see? Could it be Lu Ming? This thought flashed through many people's minds. They did not guess wrongly. The dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard and Mulan's walked in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming greets the dean, senior sister Mulan's. Chapter 110. Huh, you must be Lu Ming. I've heard this little girl Lana mention you many times, and I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Now that I've seen you, you're really not bad, you can be called a dragon among men. The principal of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard carefully sized up Lu Ming, stroked his white beard, and nodded. Principal, you flatter me. Lu Ming said modestly. However, he was still a 16-year-old youth after all. Being praised by such a big shot, he was still happy in his heart and couldn't help but reveal a smile on his face. Grandfather, don't praise him. Look at him, he's smiling so proudly. Mullins glanced at Lu Ming and said. Lu Ming smiled slightly, and said, Senior Sister Mullins, you can't be jealous, haha. You're the one who's jealous. Kid, now that you're on the bronze list, have your guts become fat? Mullins clenched his teeth and glared fiercely at Lu Ming. At the side, Feng Wu, Peng Shi, Hua Qi and the rest could not help but laugh out loud. Their faces were flushed red. Senior Sister Mullins, Principal praised me, so what if I'm proud of myself? This is the principal, to be able to obtain the principal's approval, shouldn't I be proud of myself? Right, Principal. Lu Ming said as he looked at the principal. Ha ha ha, little fellow, I like your true nature. You should be proud of yourself, but when you face your opponent later, you can't underestimate them. The Vermilion Bird Dean laughed. Thank you for your reminder, Principal. Lu Ming cupped his fists once again. Damn it. Mullins clenched his teeth and left with the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's principal, returning to their seats. Pucci after Mullins left, Feng Wu and the rest could no longer hold it in and laughed out loud. Lu Ming, let me tell you, Big Sister Mullins is very vengeful, you have to be careful in the future. Feng Wu laughed as he said. Suddenly, she saw Mullins looking at her fiercely from not far away. Her face immediately turned serious and her smile disappeared without a trace. The change was so fast that Lu Ming was shocked. All around, the other Vermilion Bird Courtyard disciples cast envious gazes at Lu Ming. The principal of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had actually personally come to see him and even praised him in front of everyone. What kind of honor was this? This meant that the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's dean appreciated Lu Ming very much. This was a treatment that even Cheng Fei Wan, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard's bronze list, didn't have. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, several beams of light suddenly flew out from the depths of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect's core. The dazzling light pierced through the void and arrived above the battle platform in an instant. Welcome, Sect Leader. As soon as the figures arrived, the deans of the 4 great academies, as well as the silver-robed elders, all stood up to leave. Sect Master? Lu Ming and the others were shocked. It was actually the sect leader who had arrived. They hurriedly stood up and said, Welcome, Sect Leader. Over 50,000 disciples shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. No need to be so courteous, sit down. A calm and clear voice sounded. The voice seemed to come from the sky, but it also seemed to be ringing in everyone's ears. It was very strange. Lu Ming looked up and saw a total of 7 figures in the sky. The leader looked to be in his 40s. His face was handsome, and his black hair was like a waterfall. He wore a snow-white robe and stood in the sky as if he was the center of the world. He didn't emit any aura, but in Lu Ming's eyes, he was like an endless sea, unfathomable and giving off a terrifying pressure. Is this the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect? One of the overlords of the Burning Sun Empire, Flying Snow Divine Sword, Lin Shui. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Behind the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect were 2 golden-robed elders and 4 silver-robed elders. Then, the sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect and the 6 elders flew down and landed at the highest point of the northern platform. This place was specially prepared for the sect leader. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was very straightforward. He waved his hand and announced. As soon as the sect leader finished speaking, a silver-robed elder flew onto the battle platform and began to introduce the rules of the competition. The rules were very simple. There were a total of 60 people, and they would be assigned numbers according to their previous rankings. Lu Ming had killed Yao Tianyu before, so he naturally replaced him and was ranked 51st. His number was 51. The 60 people would fight in pairs and draw lots to determine their opponents. The winner would enter the top 30, and the loser would be eliminated. However, after the top 30 were determined, there would be a challenge round. The elders of the 4 great academies and the elders of the sect leaders faction would discuss and choose 10 powerful geniuses to challenge the 30 geniuses who had advanced earlier. As long as they won, they would replace their opponents and enter the top 30. This was for the sake of fairness. Some people might be very powerful, but if they were unlucky at the beginning and drew lots, they would lose unjustly. This way, they could try their best to prevent powerful geniuses from being eliminated early due to bad luck. This was related to the interests of the 4 great academies, so it naturally had to be fair. The rules were the same for the top 30 to 15. After the top 10 were selected, they would take turns to fight to determine the final ranking. There would be a lot of rewards for entering the top 10. Just the contribution points alone made Lu Ming very jealous. Alright, I think everyone is clear about the rules. Now, disciples of the bronze list come up to draw lots. The silver-robed elder announced. Lu Ming stood up and walked up to the stage. The 4 great academies' disciples walked up to the stage. In the end, there were 60 people in total. Everyone's eyes were focused on these 60 people. They were the main characters for the next few days. Look, that's Zhang Muyun, the number 1 on the Azure Dragon Institute's bronze list. He's so handsome, talented, and handsome. It would be great if I could marry him. Stop dreaming. I heard that Zhang Muyun and Zhuirong, who is ranked 7th, are a couple. Stop dreaming. Is that so? Look, that's Lu Ming, this year's newcomer king. He rushed to the bronze list in his first year. It's amazing, and he's so handsome. He doesn't have a girlfriend, right? I've decided, I'm going to chase him. You? Why would Lu Ming like you? On the stage, the female disciples of the 4 great academies chattered excitedly. Suddenly, some of the male disciples were unhappy. Although Lu Ming is talented, this is not his era. I don't think he can pass the first round. That's for sure. It's impossible for him to pass the first round and enter the top 30. Even if he's lucky, he will be replaced by others. Some of the male disciples said unhappily. In the White Tiger Institute's area, 2 people were staring at Lu Ming. One of them was a beautiful girl in a white dress. She was Lu Yao, who had disappeared after joining the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Beside her was her father, Lu Yunxiong. At this time, Lu Yao looked at Lu Ming's tall figure on the stage with a gloomy face. She was humiliated in the Lu clan's competition and hated Lu Ming to the core. She wanted to take revenge on Lu Ming, so she went into seclusion to cultivate after joining the Mystic Essence Sword sect. She had been cultivating for almost 9 months. Since she was the fiancée of the peerless genius, the Duanmu clan was not stingy with their resources. Chapter 111. Initially, she thought that with such a cultivation level, she would definitely be able to trample Lu Ming under her feet and humiliate him 10-fold or even 100-fold. However, she did not expect that after she came out of seclusion, Lu Yunxiong would tell her that Lu Ming had killed Yao Tianyu, made it to the bronze list and was going to participate in the tournament. When she heard the news, she was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe it and thought that she had heard wrongly. She couldn't accept it. She was full of confidence and thought that she could crush Lu Ming, but the truth was the opposite. She had spent a lot of resources, but she was still getting further and further away from Lu Ming. Lu Ming, that little bastard. How could he improve so quickly? God is so unfair to give him such a strong talent. Lu Yunxiong gritted his teeth and said in a gloomy voice. No matter how strong Lu Ming is, he's trash in front of Brother Lin. Lu Yao said in a deep voice. Miss Lu is right. How can Lu Ming, this bastard, be compared to young Master Lin? They are worlds apart. Many youths from the Duanmu family sat beside Lu Yao and one of them sneered. That's right. Lu Ming won't be able to go far in this competition. As long as he meets the geniuses of the Duanmu family, he will be crippled. Even if he is lucky enough to enter the top 30, the geniuses of the Duanmu family will challenge him immediately. Another youth said. That's good. With the talents of the Duanmu family around, I'm relieved. Lu Yunxiong said with a smile. Lu Ming was completely unaware of this. On the battle stage, looking at the tens of thousands of eyes around, some of the 60 people were so excited that their faces turned red. Some were rubbing their palms and looking at the others with hostility. There were also some who were calm and had all kinds of expressions. Lu Ming smiled and his eyes were filled with anticipation. First, the silver-robed elder would draw 30 people and then the remaining 30 would be drawn. Whoever was drawn would be the opponent of the first round. Lu Ming was one of the 30 people who were drawn first. Then, Lu Ming and the other 30 people went up to draw lots. Very soon, the drawing of lots was completed. Lu Ming drew number 46. Number 46. My luck is not bad. Lu Ming smiled and then registered with the silver-robed elder. Then, he returned to the seating area. Lu Ming, what number did you draw? Feng Wu quickly asked. Number 46. Lu Ming said with a smile. Number 46, Yun Feng of the Black Tortoise Academy. Lu Ming, your luck is not bad. Hua Qi asked in surprise. Lu Ming smiled and didn't care too much. To him, it didn't matter who he drew. Clang! A melodious bell rang, indicating that the exciting competition of the 4 academies was about to begin. Now, the grand competition of the 4 academies has officially begun. Before it begins, there is a very basic rule that you must pay attention to. You are not allowed to take lives in this competition. Everything else is up to you. Also, you are not allowed to use certain medicinal pills to increase your battle prowess, with the exception of secret techniques. Now, the first battle, number 60 against number 23. On the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder announced. Number 60? Isn't that Lu Hui from the Vermilion Bird Academy who just made it to the bronze list? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Vermilion Bird Academy area, an ordinary-looking, skinny young man walked out of the crowd and stepped onto the fighting ring. Huh, my luck is really good. I actually met the trash of the Vermilion Bird Academy. In the White Tiger Academy area, a loud laugh rang out. Then, a young man leaped a few times and appeared on the fighting ring. Number 23, Duanmu Yunchong of the Duanmu family. Lu Ming whispered. The Duanmu family has indeed produced many talents in recent years. Feng Wu said with a serious expression. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunchong looked at Lu Hui mockingly and said, Vermilion Bird Academy trash, hurry up and kneel down and admit defeat. Otherwise, once we start fighting, you'll suffer. Lu Hui's face was ugly as he stared at Duanmu Yunchong without saying a word. Trash, it seems like you really want to fight with me. Don't worry, I can defeat you in one move. I'll let you know clearly that you only made it to the bronze list by luck. Also, let me tell you, your Vermilion Bird Academy is destined to be swept away this time. None of you will be able to enter the top 10. Duanmu Yunchong sneered. He was incomparably arrogant. Damn it, the Duanmu family is really despicable. Want to sweep us away? Dream on. Senior sister Qing Failwan can definitely enter the top 10. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Academy were enraged and cursed loudly. A bunch of nonsense. You only know how to show off. On the fighting ring, Duanmu Yunchong said with disdain. Lu Hui's face was gloomy. One of his hands tightly gripped the hilt of his sword as he stared at Duanmu Yunchong. Suddenly, Lu Hui rushed out and unsheathed his long sword. It turned into a ray of silver light and stabbed at Duanmu Yunchong. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that Lu Hui was using a low-grade profound level sword art. However, it had just reached the second level. Child's play. Duanmu Yunchong sneered. His figure moved and dodged Lu Hui's attack. Low-grade profound level movement skill. At the same time, Duanmu Yunchong struck out with his palm. The palm wind whistled like thunder. Low-grade profound level palm art, another profound level martial skill. Obviously, Duan Yunchong had mastered 2 profound level martial skills. With the 2 of them working together, he was as fast as lightning and his battle strength had increased by a large margin. Lu Hui wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only wave his other hand and strike out with his palm, trying his best to block Duan Yunchong's palm. However, Lu Hui had no choice but to strike out with his palm. How could it block Duan Yunchong's profound level palm energy? Bang! Lu Hui's figure was sent flying. He was pushed back more than 10 meters. His face was pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, you actually dared to block my palm. You asked for it. Duan Yunchong roared in his heart. His face was gloomy. He said he would take care of Lu Hui in one move. Now that Lu Hui had blocked his attack, he felt humiliated. Swoosh! Duan Yunchong's figure moved. He used his profound level movement skill and was as fast as a ghost. He arrived behind Lu Hui in an instant and struck out with his palm. Although Lu Hui was fully alert and quickly slashed his battle sword behind him, he was still too slow due to his injuries. Bang! This palm strike landed on Lu Hui's chest. Puff! Lu Hui spat out a mouthful of blood and was pushed back. Duan Yunchong followed closely behind. He did not give Lu Hui any chance to catch his breath and struck out with his palm again. However, this time, the palm was aimed at Lu Hui's face. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap echoed. Duan Yunchong's palm ruthlessly slapped Lu Hui's face. Lu Hui's body was sent flying by the slap. However, Duan Yunchong did not intend to let go. His figure moved and caught up with Lu Hui. Another slap landed on Lu Hui's face. Lu Hui was sent flying and fell to the ground. Trash, I told you to admit defeat. What happened now? You've been beaten up like a dog by me. Duan Yunchong looked down at Lu Hui and said disdainfully. Damn it, Duan Yunchong. Don't go overboard. A warrior prefers death to humiliation. Chapter 112. A warrior prefers death to humiliation? He's just a piece of trash. I told him to kneel down and admit defeat and he still wants to fight. He's just asking for humiliation. Duan Yunchong sneered as he looked at the Vermilion Bird courtyard. Damn it. Damn it, I'm so angry. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard, including Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and Feng Wu, were all furious. The sect leader of the Mystic Essence Sword sect was expressionless as if this could not affect him at all. In the White Tiger courtyard, the dean of the White Tiger courtyard stroked his beard and smiled. The dean of the Vermilion Bird courtyard frowned slightly. In the fighting ring, Duan Yunchong curled his lips in disdain and walked toward Lu Hui. He stepped on Lu Hui's body and looked down at him with a sneer. Now, do you still want to fight? Lu Hui, just admit defeat. Don't fight anymore. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard couldn't help but cry out. I admit defeat. Lu Hui said unwillingly and looked at Duan Yunchong with humiliation in his eyes. Admit defeat? What were you doing earlier? What's the meaning of that look? Are you unwilling to admit defeat? Bah, what a piece of trash. After saying that, Duan Yunchong kicked Lu Hui and sent him flying. Duan Yunchong, what are you doing? Lu Hui has already admitted defeat and you still attacked him. You've violated the rules. A disciple of the Vermilion Bird courtyard shouted. Who said I attacked him? I didn't use any strength. I just asked him to move aside. He blocked my foot and I lifted my foot and he flew out. Duan Yunchong said indifferently. Nonsense, you did it on purpose. A disciple of the Vermilion Bird courtyard shouted angrily. In the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder frowned slightly. Duan Yunchong had indeed violated the rules. Alright, Yunchong, be careful when you lift your foot next time. At this moment, a vigorous voice came from the White Tiger courtyard. Yes, Dean. Duanmu Yunchong immediately said respectfully. The voice came from the Dean of the White Tiger Courtyard. In the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder frowned. However, since the Dean of the White Tiger Courtyard had spoken, he had to give him face. After pondering for a while, he announced, Duanmu Yunchong is the winner. Damn it, the Duanmu family. Feng Wu gritted her teeth. The other vermilion bird disciples did the same. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He suddenly said, Don't worry. This Duanmu Yunchong won't be arrogant for long. Feng Wu, Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and the others didn't know what Lu Ming meant. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard went up to support Lu Hui, and the competition continued. The battle was incomparably intense and exciting. The geniuses on the bronze list all had battle prowess that far exceeded those of the same level. All sorts of profound martial skills, secret techniques, etc. This was especially true for the geniuses ranked in the top 10. They were unimaginably powerful. No matter what kind of opponent they faced, they could defeat them with a single move. A few hours later, more than 20 matches had passed. There were only 5 or 6 matches left before the competition ended. Next match, number 51 versus number 46. The silver-robed elder announced. 51 versus 46. Why are their rankings so close? Who are they? Number 51 was Yao Tianyu, so now it's Lu Ming. Number 46 is Yun Feng from the Black Tortoise Academy. It's actually Lu Ming. With the strength that Lu Ming displayed when he killed Yao Tianyu, he might be able to defeat Yun Feng. His luck is really good. Indeed, his luck is too good. As the silver-robed elder's words fell, it caused a burst of discussion. Back then, Yao Tianyu had not only cultivated a low-grade profound martial skill to the second level, but also cultivated his physical body to the peak of the first grade. His battle prowess had already surpassed his ranking. Some people thought that Yao Tianyu could already be ranked in the 5th level. And Lu Ming was able to kill Yao Tianyu, so his battle prowess was definitely stronger than Yao Tianyu's. Some people had speculated that with Lu Ming's battle prowess, he might be ranked around the 40th place. In this match against Yun Feng, they all thought that Lu Ming was too lucky. Lu Ming, that little bastard, how can his luck be so good? In the White Tiger Courtyard area, Lu Yunxiong gritted his teeth. So what if he's lucky? Even if he's lucky enough to enter the top 30, he'll still be challenged. That's even more embarrassing. A young man from the Duanmu family sneered. Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to the discussions around him. He got up and stepped into the fighting ring. Senior brother Lu Ming, come on. Pang Shi shouted. But apart from Pang Shi, no one else cheered for Lu Ming. The other disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had similar thoughts. They all thought that even if Lu Ming entered the top 30, he would still be challenged by others. If they cheered for Lu Ming now, wouldn't it be even more embarrassing? Among the Black Tortoise, a burly young man stepped into the fighting ring. It was Yun Feng, who was ranked 46th. Lu Ming, although you're very strong, I'll fight with all my strength. I hope you won't hold back. Yun Feng looked at Lu Ming and said loudly. I know what I'm doing. Go all out. Lu Ming said. Yun Feng's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's confidence made him not dare to be careless. He focused 120% and unleashed all his strength. A powerful aura burst out from Yun Feng's body. Then, a red light flashed on his body. A black rhinoceros roared. 4 chakras flashed and his bloodline burst out. Mad Rhino Slash. Yun Feng rushed forward and slashed out with the saber in his hand. A terrifying saber light seemed to be able to cut the space apart. At this moment, Yun Feng's essence, qi, and spirit were highly concentrated. At this moment, he exploded with extraordinary strength. That's the 3rd level of a low-grade profound rank martial skill. Yun Feng actually broke through. Good. In the Black Tortoise Courtyard area, a silver-robed elder cheered loudly. The rest of the people present were also shocked. They didn't expect Yun Feng to surpass them when he was under pressure, causing the profound rank martial skill to break through from the second level to the third level. This time, Lu Ming is in danger. Many people had such a thought in their hearts. He broke through. That's even better. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Then, he suddenly took a step forward and dashed toward Yun Feng. He pulled out the long spear in his hand and drew a crescent moon. Flaming star spear technique, moon seizing. Clang! The long spear directly hit Yun Feng's saber. There was a loud bang and the entire fighting ring seemed to shake. Whoosh! Then, a figure flew out like a cannonball and slid more than 30 meters on the huge fighting ring that was more than 200 meters in length and width. Then, his body trembled and he knelt down directly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everybody was dumbstruck. The silhouette that had been sent flying was Yun Feng. With just one move, Yun Feng was sent flying by Lu Ming and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even a blind man could see that the gap between Yun Feng and Lu Ming was too big. How could this be? How could Lu Ming be so strong? He was so strong that it was terrifying. Was he still a newcomer this year? Yun Feng had broken through on the spot, but he was still sent flying by one move. Chapter 113. They're not on the same level at all. Lu Ming's strength is probably enough to enter the top 30. Yeah, I really didn't expect him to improve so quickly. Discussions could be heard from all around. Ha ha ha, senior brother Lu Ming, you're the best. Pang Shi shouted. Lu Ming, go for it. Lu Ming, you're the best. The other disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard couldn't help but shout excitedly. With Lu Ming's current strength, they could finally cheer for Lu Ming without any worries. This kid is really good. Lon, you have good taste. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's principal stroked his beard with a satisfied expression. Lu Ming, maybe he'll be able to enter that place in the future? Mulan sighed. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's principal's expression changed slightly. Lon, do you really want Lu Ming to go there? Right now, Lu Ming is still far from it. I know, Lu Ming is still too far away, but I believe that he'll be able to do it in the near future. He's given me too many surprises. Mulan's limpid eyes looked at the slender figure standing on the stage with a spear, her eyes shining with hope. Sigh. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's principal sighed, but didn't say anything. White Tiger Courtyard. Damn it, how can this little bastard be so strong? Lu Yunxiong was furious. Lu Yao's expression was extremely cold, and her eyes were filled with madness. She stared at Lu Ming on the stage and roared in her heart, Lu Ming, damn you, Lu Ming, you're just a bastard I abandoned, a piece of trash, how can you be so strong? I won't allow it, a piece of trash that I abandoned should be a piece of trash for the rest of his life. I won't allow a piece of trash to become stronger than me, never. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with different kinds of light as they looked at the figure on the stage. Except for the Mystic Essence Sword sect leader, his eyes were calm and detached, as if he was unmoved by anything. But in the next moment, the Mystic Essence Sword sect master's indifferent and aloof expression disappeared, replaced by a look of astonishment. Because a voice came from the fighting ring. I admit defeat. Silence. The entire place quieted down in an instant, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. No matter what kind of expression they had before, it all changed into one kind of expression, which was a look of confusion. Because the one who said, I admit defeat, was Lu Ming. It was not Yun Feng, but Lu Ming. Lu Ming admitted defeat? What happened? How could this be? Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were dumbfounded, and so were Pang Shi, Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and Mulan's. The other silver-robed and golden-robed elders were also dumbfounded. What is Lu Ming trying to do? Pang Shi was tongue-tied. Lu Ming clearly showed his strength and could enter the top 30. Why did he suddenly admit defeat? What the hell is he trying to do? Feng Wu frowned. Yeah, his strength is enough to enter the top 30. Hua Qi also frowned and murmured. Suddenly, he paused and his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, I know what Lu Ming is trying to do. Huh, I like it. You know? Why? Pang Shi asked in surprise. I can't tell you now. Just wait and see. Hua Qi smiled mysteriously. Pang Shi, Feng Wu, and the others all despised him. In the fighting ring, the silver-robed elder was stunned and asked after a while, Lu Ming, what did you say? You admit defeat? Yes, I admit defeat. Lu Ming nodded and said. Lu Ming, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? In front of him, Yun Feng stood up and glared at Lu Ming. I'm not looking down on you. Don't misunderstand, I'm just admitting defeat. Lu Ming said indifferently. Yun Feng was speechless. The silver-robed elder confirmed it again and then helplessly announced that Yun Feng had won this match. Lu Ming smiled and walked back to the area of the Vermilion Bird courtyard. Damn, Lu Ming, what are you playing at? Hurry up and say it, or I won't let you off. Feng Wu gritted his teeth as he stared at Lu Ming. You'll know in a while. Lu Ming laughed. Senior brother Lu Ming, why do you sound like a love-struck fool? I really don't understand you guys. Pang Shi scratched his head. Lu Ming and Hua Qi looked at each other and smiled. Then, the competition continued. In less than an hour, the 30 matches had all ended. Among them, the 4 newcomer kings received the most attention. One of them, Feng Xinglia, had only cultivated for a short period of time. He met an expert ranked 21st and ended in failure. As for Lu Ming, he admitted defeat himself. The other 2 were extremely powerful, so they naturally advanced with ease. The top 30 had been decided, but it was not over yet. There were still challenges. The silver-robed elders of the 4 courtyards, the silver-robed elder of the sect leader's side, and the 2 golden-robed elders discussed together to choose 10 strong challengers. This was because there were indeed some powerful geniuses who were unlucky enough to meet those ranked in the top 10 or in the top 10. Naturally, they were no match for them. Now, they had to give them a chance. Not long after, the names of the 10 challengers came out. Now, I announce that there are 3 challengers. Wu Jin, Huang Fei, Lu Ming, the silver-robed elder in charge announced. Lu Ming's name was on the list. Huh, I knew it. Senior brother Lu Ming would definitely have the chance to challenge again. The strength he displayed just now was extremely strong. Pang Shi laughed. At this moment, the names were announced. The silver-robed elder said, all right, now, you can choose your challengers. As soon as the silver-robed elder finished speaking, a figure quickly jumped onto the fighting ring. That figure was Lu Ming. The crowd was stunned again. Lu Ming had just admitted defeat, but now he was the first one to step onto the fighting ring and issue a challenge. What was he trying to do? Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He turned around and looked at the White Tiger courtyard area. He pointed his spear and said coldly, Duanma Yunchong, get up here. His cold voice spread throughout the area, causing many people to be shocked. Then, some of them were enlightened. I know why Lu Ming admitted defeat. His goal is to obtain the right to challenge Duanma Yunchong. Someone shouted. That's right. Before Lu Ming admitted defeat, he purposely displayed his powerful strength and defeated Yun Feng in one move. He knew that even if he admitted defeat, he would obtain the right to challenge Duanma Yunfeng. He wanted to avenge Lu Hui from the Vermilion Bird courtyard. I see. At this moment, everyone present understood. On the highest platform, the Mystic Essence Sword sect leader was curious. He looked at Lu Ming and whispered, this Lu Ming is really good. It's not easy to attract the attention of the sect leader. A golden-robed elder on the side smiled. Chapter 114. So that's what senior brother Lu Ming was thinking. It's so complicated, no wonder I didn't think of it. You must have thought of it before, right? Pang Shi laughed and asked. Hua Qi smiled and nodded. When Lu Ming went up, there were only 6 or 7 matches left, and Lu Ming displayed his strength before admitting defeat. Isn't that strange? I also speculated from this point that he had full confidence that he would be selected for the challenge, so he did that. This guy is really strange and unexpected. Feng Wu curled his lips. Not far away, Lu Hui's injuries had already stabilized, and he muttered, "Lu Ming." His eyes were filled with gratitude. The eyes of the other disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard also changed, looking at Lu Ming with admiration. But the disciples of the White Tiger Courtyard were different, especially the disciples of the Duanmu family, who were all furious. This Lu Ming, damn it, he's deliberately going against our Duanmu family. That's right, we haven't settled the previous debt, and he dares to provoke us again. Duanmu Yunchong, go, let him know that challenging you is a mistake. Some of the youths of the Duanmu family roared. Don't worry, he purposely admitted defeat and then challenged me to stand up for Lu Hui. I will let him know how stupid his actions are. Duanmu Yunchong's face revealed a sinister smile, then stepped out and appeared on the stage like a ghost. Lu Ming, you want to stand up for Lu Hui? Wait a moment, I will make you 10 times more miserable than Lu Hui. Duanmu Yunchong said sinisterly. Lu Ming smiled indifferently and said, I've seen a lot of trash like you, all of them were very arrogant in the beginning, just like Yao Tianyu's group, but in the end, they all became dead dogs. Yes, senior brother Lu Ming, do your best, beat him into a dead dog. Beat him up, take revenge for senior brother Lu Hui. Senior brother Lu Ming is mighty, senior brother Lu Ming, do your best. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard shouted one after another. Previously, Duanmu Yunchong had been too despicable. He had humiliated Lu Hui so much. The Vermilion Bird Courtyard's disciples had a common enemy and naturally stood on Lu Ming's side. Humph, a bunch of trash who only know how to shout. Duanmu Yunchong coldly snorted. His complexion was incomparably gloomy. When he looked at Lu Ming, his eyes flickered with intense killing intent. Whoosh! Suddenly, Duanmu Yun became impulsive and rushed toward Lu Ming. It was a low-grade profound-level movement technique, and it was as fast as lightning. But Lu Ming stood there motionless, without the slightest intention of dodging. Just as Duanmu was about to reach Lu Ming's spear swept out. A half-moon appeared and swept across the area 3 meters in front of him. Duanmu Yunchong was greatly alarmed. He rapidly retreated and narrowly avoided this attack. Lu Ming, do you think you can rely on your weapon length? Dream on. Duanmu Yunchong roared. His figure flickered rapidly. In an instant, there seemed to be 3 figures of Duanmu Yunchong on the field, rushing toward Lu Ming. This is the illusory body technique. Duanmu Yunchong has cultivated it to the 2nd level. It is said that if he cultivates it to the 6th level, there will be 7 figures. The illusory body technique is both real and fake. Let's see how Lu Ming will break it. Some of the older disciples discussed. Insignificant skill. Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. His spear swept out, sweeping toward the 2 figures in front of him. At the same time, his other hand blasted toward the figure behind him. In the next moment, the 2 figures in front dissipated. Behind him, Duanmu Yunchong's palm collided with Lu Ming's fist. Boom! With a loud boom, Duanmu Yunchong's expression changed drastically. His figure rapidly retreated. How could this be? Duanmu Yunchong roared. He couldn't accept this. He had already approached Lu Ming, but he was still pushed back by Lu Ming's fist. How could he fight? He cultivated movement and palm techniques. He was definitely not a match for Lu Ming from a distance. However, he was still not a match for Lu Ming in close range. He was a little confused. Duanmu Yunchong, do you think you can be a match for me in close range? You are too naive. Lu Ming sneered. His physical body was at the 2nd grade lower realm. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th grade martial master realm. He was much stronger than when he fought with Yao Tianyu 2 months ago. Duanmu Yunchong did not cultivate his body. He only relied on his profound grade palm technique. How could he be a match for Lu Ming? Buzz! The spear in Lu Ming's hand shook. The spear vibrated violently. The spear shaft vibrated the air, erupting with powerful air waves that rushed toward Duan Muyunchong. Bang! Bang! Duan Muyunchong sent out powerful palm attacks, shattering the air waves created by the spear. However, Lu Ming had already arrived. Buzz! The spear fiercely whipped toward Duan Muyunchong. Duan Muyunchong wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Block it for me! Duan Muyunchong roared. His bloodline erupted. His palms turned red and the sound of tigers and leopards could be faintly heard. Then, he pushed out his palms with overwhelming force toward Lu Ming's spear. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Then, the sound of bones breaking and Duan Muyunchong's miserable shriek rang out. Duan Muyunchong's figure was like a kite with a broken string, flying far away. However, Lu Ming did not stop there. His figure moved and he took several steps. As if he was riding the clouds, he quickly rushed toward Duan Muyunchong. Superior grade yellow grade martial skill, cloud soaring steps. Although it could not be compared to a profound grade martial skill, it was still much more powerful than the dragon snake steps. In an instant, Lu Ming caught up with Duan Muyunchong, who was still flying in the air. At this moment, Duan Muyunchong's facial features were squeezed together because of the pain. When he saw Lu Ming chasing after him, his eyes were filled with horror. He screamed, "No, he was just about to say, I admit defeat, but before he could do so, Lu Ming's spear was whipped out from below. Bang! Duan Muyunchong forcibly swallowed back the words, I admit defeat, which turned into a miserable shriek. His body was like a broken sack as he flew into the air. After flying for more than 10 meters, he landed heavily. Lu Ming whipped out his spear again and sent him flying again. At this moment, Duan Muyunchong was completely stupefied. He was muddle-headed and had completely forgotten about admitting defeat. Everyone present was also stunned. This was Lu Ming's battle prowess. It was too strong. Duan Muyunchong was completely beaten up. Lu Ming's profound grade spear art has already reached the peak of the 3rd level. He is about to break through to the 4th level. In addition, he has a strong body that is suspected to be a 2nd grade martial skill. His battle prowess is extremely terrifying. Can't you see? His martial skill is superior grade yellow grade, but he has already cultivated it to the 6th level. That's right. It's really terrifying. How long has it been since he entered the sect? How did he cultivate in such a short time? Could it be that he is an exceptional genius? With his battle prowess, could it be that he has already entered the top 15? It's hard to say. Around them, some silver grade disciples were looking at Lu Ming in shock as they discussed. Chapter 115. At the same time, the Duanmu family members in the White Tiger Institute were dumbfounded. After a long while, someone shouted, Stop! Lu Ming, you bastard, stop! Duan Muyunchong has already lost, why aren't you stopping? That's right, if you don't stop now, you're breaking the rules. Breaking the rules? Lu Ming sneered, Duan Muyunchong didn't die, and he didn't admit defeat. How am I breaking the rules? The Duanmu family members were furious, but there was nothing they could do. Bang! Then, another spear strike sent Duan Muyunchong flying. At the same time, the 4 Institute deans had different expressions. The Black Tortoise and Azure Dragon Institute deans looked like they were watching a good show. On the other hand, the White Tiger Institute dean's face was gloomy, and a terrifying aura was exuding from his body. The happiest one was of course the Vermilion Bird Institute dean. He scratched his beard with all his might, grinning from ear to ear. Carefree, this was too carefree. Admit defeat, Duan Muyunchong, admit defeat. Admit defeat. The White Tiger Institute disciples shouted. But Duan Muyunchong was already in a daze, how could he shout? Lu Ming struck a few more times, and Duan Muyunchong fell heavily to the ground. His body twitched, and white foam mixed with blood came out of his mouth. His skin was lacerated, and more than a dozen bones were broken. Of course, this was the result of Lu Ming deliberately controlling his strength. Otherwise, he could have killed him with a single strike. Lu Ming stepped on Duanmu Yunchong's body and looked down at him. Duanmu Yunchong regained his senses after a while. When he saw Lu Ming in front of him, he was scared out of his wits. Like a defiled girl, he shrank back and screamed, "No, no, don't hit me." As he screamed, snot and tears flowed down his face. He was terrified of being hit. The pain of the spear on his body penetrated his soul. "Didn't you say you would make me 10 times worse than Lu Hui? Why, where did your arrogance go?" Lu Ming looked down at Duanmu Yunchong and said coldly. "No, no, I won't do it again. Just take it that I'm farting." Duanmu Yunchong shouted. "Huh." Duanmu Yunchong's appearance caused the entire crowd to burst into laughter. The faces of the Duanmu clan's disciples were incomparably gloomy. This was truly too embarrassing. "Duanmu Yunchong, hurry up and admit defeat." Someone from the Duanmu family roared. "Admit defeat, yes, I admit defeat, I admit defeat." Duanmu Yunchong shouted loudly. Inevitably, it caused another round of laughter. "Lu Ming, Duanmu Yunchong has already admitted defeat. Why haven't you removed your foot yet?" Someone from the Duanmu family shouted. "Oh. Sure." Lu Ming smiled, then moved his leg and suddenly kicked out. Duanmu Yunchong let out a blood-curdling scream as his body was sent flying dozens of meters away. He rolled dozens of times on the stage before coming to a stop. "Lu Ming, what are you doing? Duanmu Yunchong has already admitted defeat, yet you still attacked. You've already broken the rules. You must be arrested and punished according to the sect rules." A silver-ranked disciple of the Duanmu family roared. "Foul? You must have misunderstood. Just now, Duanmu Yunchong was blocking my foot. When I lifted my foot, he was sent flying. This is all his fault. Why did he lie beside my foot for no reason?" Lu Ming said indifferently. "You. Lu Ming, you." The disciples of the Duanmu family trembled with anger. They felt as if there was a lump in their chest, and they almost vomited blood. Previously, Duanmu Yunchong had treated Lu Hui the same way. Now, Lu Ming had copied it and used it all on Duanmu Yunchong. It was really hard for them to refute. "Huh, Lu Ming, you little brat. You're not even careful when you walk. You must be more careful next time." Ahaha. The dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard stroked his beard and laughed heartily. The disciples of the other courtyards were speechless when they saw the dean of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard laughing heartily. "Isn't your performance too obvious? This battle is won by Lu Ming," the silver-robed elder announced on the stage. "Senior brother Lu is mighty. Junior brother Lu is invincible." At this moment, the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were trembling with excitement. They couldn't hold it in any longer and shouted crazily. "Awesome, too awesome." It was as if they suddenly drank a cup of cold beer during the dog days of summer. It was so cool that it reached their bones. Previously, Duanmu Yunchong was so arrogant, but now, he was like a dead dog. It was too awesome. Especially Pang Shi, Hua Qi, and Feng Wu, their faces were flushed with excitement. At this moment, the people of the White Tiger Courtyard had already carried Duanmu Yunchong down. Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming was about to turn and leave, an earth-shattering roar came from the White Tiger Courtyard area. Lu Ming turned around and saw a young man in a fiery red robe looking at him coldly. "Duanmu Yunyang, that's Duanmu Yunyang, the newcomer king 3 years ago. What is he doing?" someone exclaimed. "Duanmu Yunyang?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and information about Duanmu Yunyang appeared in his mind. Duanmu Yunyang, the newcomer king 3 years ago, currently ranked second on the bronze list. Unfortunately, he was firmly suppressed by Zhang Muyun, who was in the same batch as him. It was difficult for him to rush to first place. Some people said that Zhang Muyun was the true newcomer king in that batch, and Duanmu Yunyang only relied on the Duanmu family to obtain the newcomer king title. What? Do you need something from me? Lu Ming replied indifferently. Lu Ming, you've got guts. Maybe you don't know how big of a mistake you've made. Lu Ming, you better pray that you don't meet me in the future. Otherwise, I'll make you lose miserably. Very miserably. Duanmu Yunyang said coldly, especially the word very miserably, he especially emphasized it. The disciples of the Black Tortoise, Azure Dragon, and Vermilion Bird courtyards all had a change in expression. Especially the disciples of the Vermilion Bird courtyard, their expressions were even uglier. Lu Ming was targeted by Duanmu Yunyang. Although Duanmu Yunyang was suppressed by Zhang Muyun, it was undeniable that his battle strength was incomparably powerful. He was almost invincible among those of the same level. There were even rumors that Duanmu Yunyang had once defeated a first-layer martial grandmaster expert. This was crossing a large realm, not a small realm. His battle strength could be said to be terrifying. No one would think that Lu Ming was Duanmu Yunyang's opponent. Maybe after a year or two, it would be possible. But now, it was impossible. Mulans, Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and the others all revealed worried expressions. Only Pang Shi waved his arms and shouted to believe in Lu Ming. Is that so? I actually hope to meet you. I'd like to see how you're going to make me lose miserably. Don't be like Duanmu Yunchong, who only knows how to clamor. Lu Ming's indifferent reply was incomparably powerful. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming wanted to challenge Duanmu Yunyang. Where did he get the guts? In the Azure Dragon courtyard area, a man and a woman stood side by side. Among them, the man was dressed in a blue robe. He had a slender figure, black hair, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. Just by casually standing there, he had an extraordinary aura, as if a king was patrolling. He was the first on the bronze list, Zhang Muyun. Beside him was an extremely beautiful woman, Zhuoyirong, who was ranked 7th on the bronze list. Brother Muyun, what do you think of this Lu Ming? Zhuoyirong asked. Extremely talented, a dragon among men. But after all, he's still young and full of youthful vigor. In 2 years, he'll be a big opponent of mine. Zhang Muyun smiled. Zhuoyirong said with some surprise, there aren't many people who can be valued by Brother Muyun. But isn't it a good thing to have an opponent in life? Yirong, you know me best. Chapter 116. Lu Ming did not say much to Duanmu Yunyang as he turned and walked down the stage. Lu Ming, thank you. When Lu Ming returned to the Vermilion Bird courtyard area, Lu Hui cupped his fists and thanked Lu Ming. You don't have to thank me. I'm not just standing up for you. I just don't like the Duanmu clan. Moreover, I already have a grudge with the Duanmu clan. Lu Ming smiled. Don't like it? Lu Hui and the other Vermilion Bird courtyard disciples were stunned. Just because of this, he went up and ruthlessly beat up Duanmu Yunchong? They felt that they could not understand Lu Ming's thoughts. Next, the challenges continued. The competition was very intense. Everyone fought with all their strength. When the challenges were all over, it was already night time. Out of the 10 challengers, including Lu Ming, a total of 5 people succeeded, replacing 5 of the previous 30 challengers. At this time, the top 30 of each courtyard had been determined. Only 5 people from the Vermilion Bird courtyard entered the top 30. Just like the Vermilion Bird courtyard, the Black Tortoise courtyard only had 5 people. The Azure Dragon courtyard had 8 people. The White Tiger courtyard was the strongest with 12 people. It was worth mentioning that Feng Xinglia had already been eliminated from the top 4 newcomers, while Lu Ming was a dark horse and had made it into the top 30. As for the other 2, the newcomer Ling Kong from 2 years ago and the newcomer Duanmu Yunyang from 3 years ago, they easily entered the top 30. Feng Xinglia is still too young. He hasn't even been in the sect for 2 years. It's normal for him to be eliminated. That's right. However, if Feng Xinglia does not break through to the martial grandmaster realm in 1 or 2 years, then the bronze list battle will be his. This is the normal speed. But what about Lu Ming? Everyone was chatting, but they all thought of the same name at the same time. Lu Ming. Lu Ming had just entered the sect this year, but he had already entered the top 30. Lu Ming? He's abnormal. We can't calculate him according to common sense. Everyone could only use this reason to comfort themselves. That was the end of today's competition. They would continue the next day. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and the others returned to the dormitory. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, they returned to the location of the competition. Now, the top 30 come up and draw lots. The silver-robed elder from yesterday was still in charge. The rules were the same as yesterday. The silver-robed elder would randomly pick 15 people, and then these 15 people would pick the names of the other 15 people. This time, the number that Lu Ming drew was number 12. Number 12? Looks like I've finally met a strong opponent. Lu Ming's lips curled up in anticipation. To be honest, he had not displayed his full strength in the previous battles. After registering, Lu Ming walked to his seat. Lu Ming, what number did you draw? As soon as she came back, Mullins couldn't wait to ask. Today, Mullins did not sit with her grandfather. Instead, she sat with Feng Wu, Pang Shi, and the others. Naturally, their area was filled with the male disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Number 12. Lu Ming said with a smile. Number 12? Azure Dragon Courtyard's Gu Qing. Hearing this name, the faces of Feng Wu, Hua Qi, and the others changed. Lu Ming, remember, you just have to do your best. Even if you lose, it's worth it to be able to gain something. Mullins sighed. Senior Sister Mullins, from your tone, it seems like I'm going to lose for sure. Lu Ming was speechless. What is it? Do you think you can win against Gu Qin? Mullins's beautiful eyes flashed as she stared at Lu Ming and said. Even if I can't win, can't you cheer me on? Lu Ming did not answer directly, but instead asked a question. Then, he sat down, but the corner of his mouth carried a trace of an inexplicable smile. This guy? What trump card did he leave behind? Mullins stared fiercely at Lu Ming for a while, as if she wanted to see through his secrets. The first match has officially begun. Number 19, Pu Sikong, against number 15, Ling Kong. The silver-robed elder announced. Following the silver-robed elder's announcement, the entire audience immediately went into an uproar. Ling Kong has appeared, and he's actually going against Pu Sikong. This match is going to be interesting. I don't think so. Ling Kong hasn't fought for half a year. No one knows how strong he is now, but there's no doubt that Ling Kong has the chance to enter the top 10 this time. It's even possible for him to enter the top 6. That's right, the rookie king from 2 years ago is about to enter his era. Two young figures stepped onto the stage under the gaze of the entire audience. Ling Kong was a bald youth, 17 or 18 years old. His muscles were bulging, and he was filled with explosive power. He carried an iron rod on his back, and his eyes revealed a beast-like light. This was Ling Kong, the rookie king from 2 years ago, a peerless genius of the White Tiger Institute. However, he wasn't from the Duanmu family. Opposite Ling Kong was a handsome youth named Pu Sikong. He was ranked 19 on the bronze list previously, and he was definitely an expert. But at this moment, Pu Sichong's face was extremely solemn. Pu Sikong, I advise you to admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Ling Kong said with a grin. His words were arrogant, but in reality, no one felt that he was arrogant. They only felt that Ling Kong's words were reasonable because he had the strength to back it up. Pu Sichong's eyes flashed, and he said with determination, Ling Kong, if you want me to admit defeat, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Oh. Since you insist on fighting, then you should be prepared to get injured. Sometimes, even I can't control myself. Ling Kong grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Then take this. Bang! As soon as Ling Kong finished his words, his eyes flashed with a ferocious light. Like a demonic beast, he pounced towards Pu Sikong. Chi, sharp claws covered Pu Sichong's entire body. Pu Sikong unsheathed his long sword, and his sword Chi soared to the sky, slashing towards Ling Kong. Boom! Boom! Ling Kong's claws collided with Pu Sichong's sword Chi, and both dissipated. You have some ability, but that's it. Let's end this. Ling Kong's cold voice came out, and his body was filled with a murderous aura. Like a demonic beast in human form, he pulled out the iron rod from his back and smashed it towards Pu Sikong. This rod was earth-shattering, and its aura soared to the sky. Pu Sikong exploded with all his strength, but it was difficult for him to block it. He was sent flying dozens of meters away, his body trembling, and he spat out blood. Defeated, he was defeated in 2 moves. In reality, he was defeated in 1 move. The difference in strength between Pu Sikong and Ling Kong was too great. Ling Kong's strength is too strong. He definitely has no problem getting into the top 10. This time, there will definitely be a change in the top 10. In the stands, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This Ling Kong was indeed strong, and he couldn't see through him. This is interesting. Subsequently, Lu Ming's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. Ling Kong wins. Next round, number 17 against number 2. Chapter 117. Wasn't number 2 Duanmu Yunyang? Duanmu Yunyang's opponent was number 17 Du He, who was even stronger than Pu Sikong. However, the gap between him and Duanmu Yunyang was too big. Just one slash, and Du He was defeated. He was completely defeated without any chance to fight back. Duanmu Yunyang's slash was extremely terrifying, as if it could split heaven and earth. No one knew how much strength Duanmu Yunyang had used in that slash, but there was no doubt that it was extremely terrifying. Then, the competition continued. It was more intense than before. Those who could enter the top 30 were all very strong. When 2 people with similar strength met each other, the battle was extremely fierce. There was even a battle that lasted nearly 1,000 moves before the winner was decided. However, there were also some battles that were completely one-sided. For example, Zhang Muyun defeated his opponent with a casual slap. Bu Xingkai, who was number 3 on the bronze list, and Duan Gang, who was number 4, defeated their opponents with a single move. Lu Ming paid more attention to Bu Xingkai because he was also a spear user and was a genius of the White Tiger Hall. Although the Mystic Essence Sword Sect was known as a sword sect and most of its disciples used swords, there were also many disciples who used other weapons in the sect. Therefore, there were all kinds of number 1 disciples. For example, Zhang Muyun was known as the number 1 sword user among the bronze disciples. Duanmu Yunyang was known as the number 1 sword user. Bu Xingkai was known as the number 1 spear user. Number 51 Lu Ming versus number 12 Gu Qing. At this moment, the silver-robed elder announced. Gu Qing. Lu Ming's opponent is Gu Qing. It seems that Lu Ming will stop here. However, as a new disciple, it's already amazing that he could come this far. Lu Ming will definitely lose, but how many moves can Lu Ming take from Gu Qing? How many moves? In my opinion, 10 moves shouldn't be a problem. It's hard to say. I guess it should be within 10 moves. Lu Ming ignored the discussions around him and walked towards the fighting ring. Senior brother Lu Ming, I believe in you. You will definitely win. Pang Shi shouted. He had a kind of blind trust in Lu Ming. Lu Ming turned around and smiled at Pang Shi, saying, Big Stone, with your words, I will definitely win. After saying that, he laughed and walked forward. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Mulan's curled her lips. This guy has always been overconfident. Feng Wu said. Although they said so, there was still a flash of anticipation in the depths of their eyes. They were also looking forward to Lu Ming breaking their understanding once again. When Lu Ming stepped onto the Colosseum, Gu Qing also stepped onto the Colosseum. The two stood facing each other. Lu Ming couldn't help but size up Gu Qing. Gu Qing wore a purple robe and carried a long sword on his back. His appearance was ordinary, but there was a scorching aura emitting from his body. Junior brother Lu Ming, although your ranking is low, I will not show mercy to any of my opponents. You must be careful. Gu Qingyi cupped his fists politely. Senior brother Gu, please go all out. If I can't resist and get injured, I can only blame myself for not being skilled enough. Lu Ming said. Well, in that case, take this, prairie fire. The long sword on Gu Qing's back was unsheathed. With a flick of his wrist, hundreds of sword auras erupted from the long sword. Each sword aura was fiery red in color and filled with scorching heat. It sealed the space where Lu Ming was. It's here. This is Gu Qing's famous martial skill, prairie fire sword technique. Low-grade profound rank martial skill, prairie fire. Sword chi is like a prairie fire that covers an extremely large area. It's practically impossible to dodge it with a movement technique. Once you're unable to dodge it, you'll have to face wave after wave of continuous attacks without rest. It's said that Gu Qing specializes in one martial skill, and now he has cultivated it to the 4th level. Lu Ming, how many moves can he take? The spectating disciples stared at the fighting ring without blinking. The 12th ranked genius is indeed powerful. His low profound level martial skill has already reached the 4th level. Gu Qing's physical body is definitely not weak, it has at least reached the peak of the 1st rank. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to attack so quickly. Lu Ming's heart moved. His hands did not stop, and his long spear swept out. Moon seizing. The crescent-shaped spear light flashed, producing a powerful force, and smashing the surrounding sword chi. But a single spark could start a prairie fire. Once the sword chi was extinguished, more sword chi was born, and shrouded Lu Ming. Since I can't destroy it, I'll use a powerful force to break this sword technique. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He jumped up, and pulled out his long spear. Wherever the long spear passed, the sword chi was destroyed, leaving a blank area. Landslide. Then, Lu Ming used the move landslide from top to bottom. At the same time, the genuine chi in his body crazily poured into the long spear. The long spear vibrated, full of power. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation level of peak 8th level martial master, coupled with the fact that his true chi was 3 times richer and more condensed than other true chis, coupled with his 2nd grade small success physical body, although Lu Ming did not unleash his full power, his strength was extremely shocking. With this shot, even if it was a small hill, it would collapse under Lu Ming's attack. Boom! The long spear smashed down, and the sword chi was swept away. The violent force blasted on Gu Qing's sword, causing his body to shake violently, and he retreated more than 10 steps. Hiss! There was a burst of gasps all around. Everyone stared at this scene with their mouths agape. Lu Ming actually broke Gu Qing's prairie fire sword technique with a single spear. His method was rude and direct, but also the most effective. Lu Ming's strength is too strong. How can he be so strong? Don't tell me Lu Ming can win. This is too incredible, isn't it? The disciples of the 4 great academies could not keep calm. At this moment, Gu Qing's face was extremely dignified, and his eyes were filled with amazement. He said, "Junior brother Lu Ming, your talent is really beyond my expectations, but it's not that easy to defeat me. I can only use that move. I originally wanted to use it to break into the top 10, but it's not a waste to use it on you." Raging flame cage. Gu Qing shouted softly, and his body suddenly soared into the sky. Suddenly, layers of red flames appeared on his body, as if his whole body was suddenly burning. Next, these flames engulfed Lu Ming in an overwhelming manner. Lu Ming's body flashed to avoid these flames, but as soon as these flames fell on the ground, they burned fiercely. In an instant, Lu Ming's surroundings turned into a sea of fire. "Junior brother Lu Ming, this is my secret skill, Raging Flame Cage. As long as you can break this move, I will admit defeat." Gu Qing's voice came out. Secret skill, what a wonderful secret skill. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Secret skills were completely different from martial skills, and there was no difference in level. However, each secret skill was very wonderful and very difficult to cultivate. It also required some special conditions to cultivate successfully. Once used, it could greatly enhance the strength of the martial artist, but there were always gains and losses. Secret skills also had various restrictions. For example, once some secret skills were used, the martial artist would fall into a weak state and be at the mercy of others. Gu Qing's secret skill was to burn his genuine qi, and with genuine qi as fuel, it burned and turned into a flame cage. Unfortunately, how can flames stop me? Chapter 118. Then, Lu Ming's spear danced rapidly. Lu Ming brandished the long spear and a strong wind blew. The fire-patterned spear in Lu Ming's hands seemed to have transformed into a fire dragon. Whoosh! Then, a shocking scene appeared. The surrounding flames moved up and down along with Lu Ming's spear. In the end, they were driven by the spear and turned into a giant fire dragon, dancing around Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in the sea of flames. The fire dragon danced around him like a fire god. Go! Finally, Lu Ming thrust his spear into the sky. A fire dragon soared into the sky and spiraled up into the clouds. After reaching 100 meters in the air, the fire dragon slowly dissipated into energy and returned to heaven and earth. On the fighting ring, there was no longer any flame where Lu Ming stood. The raging flame cage was broken. Gu Qing was stunned. After a while, he came to his senses and said with a wry smile, "Junior brother Lu Ming is a genius. I'm not as good as him. Thank you for showing mercy just now, junior brother Lu Ming. I admit defeat." If Lu Ming had aimed the long spear at him earlier on, he would have been seriously injured, if not dead, given his weakened state after casting the secret skill. I was lucky, Lu Ming said with a smile. I hope junior brother Lu Ming can enter the top 10. Gu Qing cupped his fists and left the fighting ring. He won. Lu Ming won again. The disciples of the 4 great academies were speechless. They could only feel their lips trembling. In particular, those who repeatedly thought that Lu Ming was going to stop and was going to be defeated felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped dozens of times. In the White Tiger Hall area, Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong's faces were gloomy. There was even fear in their eyes. Lu Ming's talent and speed of improvement had already made them a little fearful. No, compared to Duan Mulin, he is still far from being able to compete with him. Lu Yao clenched her fists and told herself over and over again. It seemed that this was the only way she would feel better. Lu Ming wins. The silver-robed elder announced from the fighting ring. Naturally, the crowd was in an uproar again. Lu Ming smiled and walked down the fighting ring, returning to the seating area. How is it? Senior Sister Mullins, I told you that you should believe in me. I was recommended by you. If you believe in me, you believe in your own eyes. Back in the seating area, Lu Ming said to Mullins proudly. You brat, it's still too early. Wait until you enter the top 10 before you show off. Looking at Lu Ming's smug expression, Mullins was so angry that her teeth itched. Of course, admiration flashed across the depths of her eyes. Enter the top 10? What's the reward? Lu Ming asked. Reward? What kind of reward do you want? Mullins smiled charmingly and leaned forward. Her firm and full upper body was almost leaning on Lu Ming's chest. A burst of intoxicating fragrance rushed into Lu Ming's nose. Nearby, Hua Qi, Feng Wu and many other disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were stunned. Then, they revealed incomparably jealous gazes. This time, Lu Ming did not dodge. Instead, he took a deep breath and revealed an intoxicated expression. Then, he stared at Mullins's chest with all his might and said with a smile that was not a smile, Senior Sister Mullins, I can ask for any reward. Can you satisfy me? The meaning behind his words was already very obvious. Mullins did not speak, but the nearby disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had already exploded. Nest, Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? What do you mean by that lewd look in your eyes? Lu Ming, let me tell you, although your talent is extraordinary, if you want to hit Elder Mullins, I'll fight it out with you. Elder Mullins is my goddess, hurry up and move your lewd gaze away. Hua Qi shouted, Lu Ming, you beast, I'm going to fight it out with you. The crowd was in high spirits, and Lu Ming could only retreat in defeat. Lu Ming took 2 steps back and rubbed his nose with a wry smile. Mulins's charm was too strong, wasn't it? At the sight of Lu Ming retreating, Mulan puffed out her chest proudly. Instantly, her breasts surged, attracting the attention of a group of perverts nearby. Their eyes were fixed on her. Mulan's was already 21 years old, and was completely different from a teenage girl. She was mature, sexy and charming, and was simply at the level of a calamity. How could these hot-blooded youths in their teens and 20s resist her? Even Lu Ming's heart fiercely jumped a few times. Mulan's sexy red lips slightly pouted, her eyes turned, and said, Lu Ming, I'll satisfy whatever conditions you want. Sure, unless you can get first place in this competition. First place? Senior Mulan's, is that what you said? Lu Ming looked at Mulan's with a smile that was not a smile. Seeing Lu Ming's eyes, Mulan's heart jumped. Could it be that Lu Ming can get first place? Then she shook her head. First place? Impossible, the strength of the top few was terrifying. She was very clear, Lu Ming absolutely could not get first place. Thinking of this, she relaxed, smiled charmingly, and said, okay, then it's a promise. First place? The other vermilion bird courtyards nearby did not besiege Lu Ming this time, because their thoughts were similar to Mulan's. With Lu Ming's battle strength, it was already very likely for him to enter the top 10, but it was impossible for him to get first place. The competition continued. Not long after, the remaining competitions were all over. However, the top 15 were not completely decided yet. Because there were still challenges. This time, the elders would choose the strongest person they thought to be to fill in the 16th place. Then, they would choose 5 people to challenge. The winner would enter the top 16. Not long after, the names were chosen, and the challenges began. This time, no one challenged Lu Ming, because the strength that Lu Ming had displayed was too strong. When the challenges were all over, it was already evening. The top 16 had all been announced. The White Tiger Courtyard was still far ahead, occupying 7 spots. The Azure Dragon Courtyard had 4, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had 3, and the Black Tortoise Courtyard had the worst, with only 2 people entering the top 16. As expected, the Azure Dragon Courtyard's Gu Qing returned to the top 16 through the challenges, proving his strength. The geniuses who were previously ranked in the top 10 all entered the top 16 without exception. Today's competition was over. The next morning, the competition continued. This time, it was still decided by drawing lots. After drawing lots this time, the silver-robed elder directly announced the list of duels. Among them, the most eye-catching one was Lu Ming against Ling Kong. Yes, it was a duel between the 2 newcomer kings. Some of the other powerhouses who were ranked at the top did not face each other. Naturally, the duel between Lu Ming and Ling Kong attracted a lot of attention. The whole audience was discussing the duel between Lu Ming and Ling Kong, guessing who would win. Lu Ming's performance was too amazing, and they no longer dared to say that Ling Kong would win. Under everyone's anticipation, the competition began. Duanmu Yunyang was the first to go on stage, and his opponent was actually Gu Qing. It was a one-sided battle. Gu Qing tried his best to cast the Raging Flame Cage, but it was directly split open by Duanmu Yunyang's saber. Duanmu Yunyang almost won with a crushing force. Then, Zhang Muyun, Bu Xingkai, Duan Gang, and the others went on stage one by one, and they won almost without any suspense. On the other hand, Cheng Failwan defeated his opponent after a tough battle. Chapter 119. The atmosphere in the arena was ignited. White Tiger Hall. Ling Kong, don't hold back when dealing with Lu Ming. It's best if you can cripple him. Duanmu Yunyang said coldly. Duanmu Yunyang, are you ordering me around? Let me tell you, I'm not your Duanmu clan's dog. Don't talk to me like that. Ling Kong grinned, full of arrogance and unruliness. Ling Kong, what do you mean? Lu Ming is our White Tiger Hall's enemy. Another Duanmu clan youth said with an ugly expression. He's your Duanmu clan's enemy, not mine. Ling Kong curled his lips and continued, however, I'll go all out, not because of your Duanmu clan, but because Lu Ming is a good opponent. With that, Ling Kong's figure flashed and he charged toward the fighting ring. This Ling Kong relies on a golden-robed elder for his grandfather. He's simply unruly. He's a disaster. A Duanmu clan youth said. Don't worry, he'll be obedient sooner or later. Duanmu Yunyang sneered. On the fighting ring, Lu Ming and Ling Kong stood opposite each other. Lu Ming, go for it. Senior brother Lu Ming, you're invincible. The Vermilion Bird Hall disciples cheered for Lu Ming. Ling Kong, you're invincible. Ling Kong, go for it. Senior brother Ling Kong, beat up Lu Ming. Senior brother Ling Kong will win. The White Tiger Hall disciples didn't want to be outdone and shouted as well. Then, the disciples from both sides glared at each other. The battle hadn't started yet, but the disciples from both sides were already at daggers drawn. Lu Ming, I know you're still hiding your strength. You've never used your bloodline. Show me all the strength you have. I won't show you any mercy. Ling Kong looked at Lu Ming with eyes full of wildness. That's exactly what I want. Lu Ming smiled. Good, ha. Ling Kong laughed. The two looked at each other. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the two moved at the same time. The fighting ring let out two roars as the two figures charged toward each other. Wind Demon Staff Art, Mountain Splitter. Astral Fire Spear Art, Landslide. The iron staff in the air and Lu Ming's long spear heavily collided. Clang. It was as if two ancient demons had collided with each other. An earth-shattering boom rang out. At the place where the long spear and the iron staff collided, a red and a yellow light erupted violently, forming a huge storm that swept out in all directions. Even though the spectator stands were a few hundred meters away, they could still feel a strong gust of wind, and they were nearly blown away. Isn't this too strong? What kind of power was this? Is this still the power of a martial master? Some of the disciples were horrified. It was only a single move, but its power was truly terrifying. In the fighting ring, the two of them exchanged a blow and both of them took 7 or 8 steps back. What a strong power. Ling Kong's physical body is even stronger than mine. He has already reached rank 2 upper realm. Moreover, his Xian-level martial skill has also reached the peak of the 4th level. He is not any weaker than me. It seems that I can't win against him with only 60% of my strength. Lu Ming's mind raced. The strength of Lu Ming's genuine qi far exceeded that of an ordinary martial master at the peak of LV9 martial master. In the previous confrontation, he had only used 60% of his strength at most. Good, again. Ling Kong roared and his muscles wriggled like pieces of iron. He quickly rushed toward Lu Ming. Then 70%. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He stepped on the tip of his foot and his body rushed out like a gust of wind. Clang. Another violent boom rang out. This time, he retreated in the air while Lu Ming merely swayed a little. Lu Ming has the upper hand. Is Lu Ming going to win? It's not that easy. Just watch. Boom. After retreating in the air, he charged toward Lu Ming like a wild beast that had gone mad. Clang. Clang. The two of them continuously bombarded each other. Every time, Ling Kong was repulsed, but the next moment, he would rush up again. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than 10 moves. Everyone in the audience held their breaths and watched without blinking. Some of the younger ones were even more excited. It was too exciting, too violent. The two of them directly met force with force. It was simple and crude, but it was the most shocking. In the area of the 4 great academies, some people's faces were extremely solemn. For example, Su Song, who was ranked 8th, Dong Su, and Lei Dong, who was ranked 10th. Because the strength that the two of them had revealed was already close to them. Clang! Another move. Ling Kong retreated 7 or 8 steps in the air. This time, he did not continue to attack. Good, too good. Lu Ming, you're not like those sissies, holding an embroidered sword and learning some slippery movement skills. You don't look like a man at all. After this competition, I must treat you to a drink. Ling Kong laughed heartily. Okay, I'll wait for your wine. Lu Ming smiled. His eyes were bright and his fighting spirit was burning. Such a direct collision also made Lu Ming's blood boil. But Lu Ming, if this is all you've got, I'll win this round. Ling Kong licked his lips and said. Boom. Then, a bloody light flashed on Ling Kong's body and his bloodline erupted. His bloodline was at the 6th grade. In the Mystic Essence Sword sect, most of the top geniuses had level 5 bloodlines. Only an extremely small number of people had level 6 bloodlines. Like the wind, like Ling Kong. In this year's batch of newcomers, there was not a single one with level 6 bloodline. Before Lu Ming's rise, many people said that this year's batch was the weakest in recent years. Of course, all of them had shut up now. Crackle. When Ling Kong's bloodline erupted, his body actually made a sound like frying beans. Then, Ling Kong's muscles wriggled, his bones shifted, and he started to swell. In just a few breaths' time, Ling Kong's body had grown several times larger. He looked like a huge ape, and a violent and fiendish aura spread out from him. Berserk Beast Formula, Berserk Beast Formula. Ling Kong actually mastered the Berserk Beast Formula. With Ling Kong's strength and the Berserk Beast Formula, how terrifying is he? This is the strength of the top 5. There was a burst of exclamations from the stands. It's actually the Berserk Beast Formula. Lu Ming's eyes moved. This was not in the information collected by Hua Qi. The Berserk Beast Formula could increase the strength of the Berserk Beast Formula by a large margin. But the disadvantage was that it could not be maintained for long, and it put a huge burden on the body. After using it, the body would be weak for a period of time. Take this. Ling Kong roared and rushed towards Lu Ming like a giant ape. His speed was much faster than before. Bloodline Eruption and Berserk Beast Formula had more than doubled Ling Kong's combat strength. Boom! The thick iron rod smashed towards Lu Ming. The iron rod smashed through the air, making a rumbling sound. It was extremely terrifying. Since that's the case, let's use 100% of my cultivation. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and the true energy in his body suddenly erupted. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying aura erupted from Lu Ming's body. Extremely powerful true energy wrapped around Lu Ming's body. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 120. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, Bu Xingkai, and Duan Gang stood up at the same time, especially the 3 at the back. Boom! Lu Ming swept out his spear and clashed with Ling Kong's iron rod once again. The energy overflowed in all directions, stirring up gusts of wind. Some of the disciples at the front of the stands with weaker cultivation were directly swept up by the gusts of wind. If it weren't for the help of disciples with higher cultivation, they would have been blown away. It was too terrifying. This attack had surpassed the level of a martial master and reached the level of a martial grand master. After the loud noise, the two figures separated at the same time and slid back a dozen meters. This strength is really strong. Let's continue. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he continued to rush forward. Again. Ling Kong roared and pounced on Lu Ming again. Clang. The two collided again. The two separated immediately after the first strike and then clashed again. Clang. Clang. In the fighting ring, it was as if two ancient gods were attacking each other. The terrifying sound of the collision was deafening. Some of the weaker disciples had to circulate their qi to resist. It's too terrifying. Is this the strength of two newcomers? Only the top 5 on the bronze list have this kind of combat power. That's right. No one below the top 5 is this strong. The most terrifying one is Lu Ming. He just joined this year. It's amazing. I wonder if Lu Ming can break senior brother Feng Wuji's record. Senior brother Feng Wuji rushed to the top 5 in his first year as a newcomer. Let's see. Lu Ming's combat power shocked the disciples of the 4 courtyards. Clang! Clang! Rumbling sounds rang out continuously. After exchanging over 100 moves, their figures separated. The two of them pulled apart the distance between them and stood facing each other. Lu Ming, I've lost. Ling Kong sighed. Suddenly, his body trembled and he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Whether it was the berserk chant or the bloodline eruption, they could not be maintained for too long. The time was up. Following Ling Kong's admission of defeat, the entire audience went into an uproar, especially the disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. They were loudly calling out Lu Ming's name. Lu Ming's victory basically meant that he had stepped into the top 10. This time, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard might have 2 people enter the top 10. This was already very good. They definitely wouldn't be at the bottom. One had to know that for the past 7 or 8 years, the Vermilion Bird Courtyard had always been at the bottom. Lu Ming, let's fight again in the future. Ling Kong said. All right. Lu Ming nodded. Haha. Ling Kong laughed heartily as he walked down the stage. He wanted to recover because he might still have to fight in the next round. Lu Ming stepped down from the battle platform. After that, another battle continued. It didn't take long for the competition to end. After the competition ended, it was the various elders' turn to have a headache. This time, the elders were going to choose 2 of the strongest to make up for the top 10. Then, from the remaining 6 people, 3 of them would be chosen as challengers to challenge the top 10 experts. If they won, they would replace them. After an intense discussion, the candidates were finally chosen. There was no doubt that Ling Kong's combat strength was obvious to all. He was one of the first 2 to make up for the top 10. Then, the other 3 began to challenge him. Similarly, no one challenged Lu Ming. When the challenges ended, the top 10 of the year was finally decided. This year's top 10 was not too different from the previous bronze list. The previous top 10 of the bronze list were, first place, Zhang Muyun, Azure Dragon Courtyard. Second place, Duan Muyunyang, White Tiger Courtyard. Third place, Bu Xingkai, White Tiger Courtyard. Fourth place, Duan Gang, Black Tortoise Courtyard. Fifth place, Duan Muchen, White Tiger Courtyard. Sixth place, Qing Feilwan, Vermilion Bird Courtyard. Seventh place, Zhuoyirong, Azure Dragon Courtyard. Eighth place, Su Song, Black Tortoise Courtyard. Ninth place, Dong Su, Azure Dragon Courtyard. 10th place, Lei Dong, White Tiger Courtyard. Among the 4 people from White Tiger Courtyard, 3 of them were in the top 5. They were extremely powerful. 3 from Azure Dragon Courtyard, 2 from Black Tortoise Courtyard, and 1 from Vermilion Bird Courtyard. This time, there was a slight change. Ling Kong and Lu Ming rushed into the top 10, while Su Song and Lei Dong, who were originally in the 8th place, were not in the top 10. In this way, White Tiger Courtyard still had 4 people, Azure Dragon Courtyard had 3 people, Black Tortoise Courtyard had the worst with only Duan Gang, and Vermilion Bird Courtyard had 2 people. The top 10 had to compete with each other. In other words, each of them had to compete with the other 9. In the end, they would be ranked according to the number of victories. Today's competition had come to an end. The battle between the top 10 would be held the next day. Lu Ming, you're already very good to be able to achieve this result. Don't feel pressured in tomorrow's competition. Just perform as usual. Mulan said. However, she was smiling so widely that her eyes were almost squinted. That won't do. I'm going to get first place. I'm still waiting for your reward, Senior Mulans. Lu Ming said half-jokingly. Okay, then you have to do your best. Mulans's face was slightly red as she glanced at Lu Ming. Hua Qi, Pang Shi, and the others who were at the side were stunned. Then, Mulans walked lightly and left the place. Lu Ming, Pang Shi, and Hua Qi also walked back together. After returning to the dormitory, Lu Ming entered the Temple of Paragon to practice the flaming astral spear art. Today's battle with Ling Kong could be said to be extremely satisfying. Other than the last move of the flaming astral spear art, he had used his bloodline eruption and the force of fire that he had not used yet. 100% of his cultivation, a second-grade initial physical body, and the flaming astral spear art. Lu Ming had benefited a lot from this battle. He felt that the flaming astral spear art was not far from a breakthrough. Lu Ming was immersed in comprehending the flaming astral spear art amidst the strange chanting sound. The flaming rune spear in his hand unconsciously danced. The wind whistled as the spear pierced through the air. Time passed unknowingly just like that. When Lu Ming stopped, 3 hours had already passed. The 5th level of the flaming astral spear art, perfection. I have finally reached it. There was a flash in Lu Ming's eyes. The flaming astral spear art had been stuck at the peak of the 4th level for some time. After the battle with Ling Kong, he had finally broken through. Zhang Muyun, Duan Muyunyang, how strong are you? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then, Lu Ming sat down cross-legged and started cultivating the true dragon battle art. At this moment, in a magnificent hall of the White Tiger Hall, the dean of the White Tiger Hall sat on the throne. Below him sat Duan Muyunyang, Bu Xingkai, and Duan Muchen. I didn't expect Lu Ming to have reached such a terrifying level. You must be careful when you meet him tomorrow. The dean of the White Tiger Hall warned. Dean, don't worry. Lu Ming is no match for me. I will teach him an unforgettable lesson tomorrow. I will let him know who the bronze spear art is. Bu Xingkai said confidently. Although Lu Ming's strength is not bad, he is no threat to me. My goal is to defeat Zhang Muyun and take the first place. Duan Muyunyang said with bright eyes. Good. Yunyang, if you can defeat Zhang Muyun this time, the family will reward you handsomely. Chapter 121. Somewhere in the Black Tortoise Academy, a vigorous voice came out. Duan Gang, this time, you are the only one left in the Black Tortoise Academy. This time, you must enter the top 3. Otherwise, my Black Tortoise Academy will be at the bottom. Dean, don't worry. Duan Gang will do his best. In a courtyard of the Azure Dragon Courtyard, Zhang Muyun and Zhua Yirong stood side by side. Brother Muyun, this time, Duan Muyunyang will definitely want to get first place. Are you confident? Zhua Yirong asked. In another year, Lu Ming can be my opponent. Other than him, there is no one else. Zhang Muyun let out a long sigh. His sigh sounded a little lonely, but it also showed his strong confidence. This night was destined to be a sleepless night. Countless people were looking forward to tomorrow's pinnacle showdown. Originally, everyone thought that there were 2 main points to watch in this 4 academies grand competition. First, it was to see how far Ling Kong could go. Second, the battle between Duan Muyunyang and Zhang Muyun to see who would get first place. After all, Duan Muyunyang was that year's newcomer king, but he was suppressed by another person. He always wanted to defeat Zhang Muyun. But now, there was another point to watch. This year's newcomer king, Lu Ming, how far could he go? Therefore, it made people look forward to it even more. Amidst everyone's anticipation, the night passed. At dawn, Feng Wu and Mulans arrived at Lu Ming's dormitory. After that, everyone ate breakfast and walked towards the location of the grand competition. When they arrived, they were shocked. There was already a sea of people here. The number of people was much higher than yesterday. Some of the silver-ranked disciples who did not come yesterday put down what they were doing and rushed over. Other than that, some silver-robed elders also rushed over. The 10 people today were all true geniuses. They were not old disciples who were stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the martial master realm and could not break through. They were all young and had only suppressed their own cultivation. As long as they broke through to the great martial master realm, they would be considered geniuses among the great martial masters. They could even fight above their level. In the future, they might even be able to ascend to the silver list. Therefore, the silver-ranked disciples also placed great importance on them. Not long after, the 4 great courtyards dean and sect leader arrived. Clang! Clang! With the 9 melodious sounds of the bell, the exciting battle of the top 10 began. Alright, the battle between the top 10 has officially begun. This time, there will be a total of 9 rounds. The first round, Ling Kong against Duanmu Chen. A silver-robed elder referee announced. Everyone's spirits were suddenly roused. They did not expect that the first round would be such a highlight. Duanmu Chen, ranked 5th on the bronze list, who would win? On the stage, the 2. Duanmu Chen was a rare genius of the Duanmu family. His sword skills were unparalleled, and he was only second to Zhang Muyun on the bronze ranking. Duanmu Chen, you are not my match. Ling Kong was still confident, wild, and filled with a fiendish aura. Maybe not, Duanmu Chen said coldly. Swish. Swish. Duanmu Chen's sword chi was incomparably swift and fierce. It tore through the air and pierced through the heavens, extremely powerful. Unfortunately, he met Ling Kong. Ling Kong didn't care about the sword chi, he would just smash it with his iron rod. When Ling Kong used the berserk beast art, Duanmu Chen was no match for him. He was completely suppressed by Ling Kong's violent attacks. This match was won by Ling Kong. Ling Kong won. Duanmu Chen is not Ling Kong's match. Lu Ming, who is stronger, is definitely stronger than Duanmu Chen. True enough, Lu Ming and Ling Kong are both in the top 5. Ling Kong's victory made people think of Lu Ming. The second round, Zhang Muyun against Dong Su. The referee announced the start of the second round. There was no suspense in this round. Dong Su admitted defeat before he even made a move. It was unwise to force a move when he knew he was no match for Duanmu Chen. Today was not the first round. There were many more rounds to come. If he used too much energy, it would be disadvantageous for him in the later rounds. It was better to just admit defeat. The third round, Lu Ming against Qing Fei Luan. Qing Fei Luan? Lu Ming was surprised. Only the 2 of them from the Vermilion Bird Courtyard were in the top 10. He did not expect them to meet in the first round. The 2 of them went up the stage from the same area. Qing Fei Luan was about 17 or 18 years old. She was beautiful in a red dress. There were only 2 girls in the top 10. Qing Fei Luan and Zhua Yirong were famous beauties from the Mystic Essence Sword sect. They were known as the top 10 beauties of the sect. Right then, Qing Fei Luan's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Lu Ming and said, "Junior brother Lu Ming, I didn't expect us to meet in the first round." Lu Ming smiled and said, "It is indeed a coincidence. Senior sister, please enlighten me." "You don't have to enlighten me. I'm no match for you. I admit defeat for this round." Qing Fei Luan's eyes flashed and she smiled. "Huh? You admit defeat?" Lu Ming was stunned. "That's right. Junior brother Lu Ming, you're the hope of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. We're counting on you this time." Qing Fei Luan narrowed her eyes and smiled. She then walked down the stage. Lu Ming's first round ended easily. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were not surprised. After all, Qing Fei Luan and Lu Ming were both disciples of the Vermilion Bird Courtyard. There was no reason for them to compete. The fourth round, Duanmu Yunyang vs Zhua Yirong. The competition continued. Duanmu Yunyang and Zhua Yirong had no suspense. Zhua Yirong only made a few symbolic moves. Seeing that she was no match for Duanmu Yunyang, she admitted defeat. Then came the 5th round. It was the most anticipated round in the first round. Bu Xingkai vs Duan Gang. Bu Xingkai was ranked 3rd on the bronze list. He was known as the best spear user. Duan Gang was ranked 4th on the bronze list. He was known as the best defensive user. His defensive ability was unmatched among the bronze disciples. Correspondingly, Duan Gang's close combat ability was also very strong. This was a battle between two strong opponents. Duan Gang, let me pierce through your tortoise shell today. Bu Xingkai held a black spear in his hand and pointed it at Duan Gang. He was extremely domineering. Try me if you have the ability. Duan Gang was tall and sturdy with bulging muscles. He was obviously a body refining expert. Kill. Formation breaking spear technique. Bu Xingkai rushed toward Duan Gang. Spear shadows appeared in the sky and attacked Duan Gang. Black tortoise protection. Duan Gang shouted. His body glowed and 5 tortoise shell-like shields condensed around him. At the same time, he wore a pair of spiritual weapon gloves and clawed at Bu Xingkai. His claws were as sharp as blades. As soon as they exchanged blows, a fierce battle broke out between them. Bu Xingkai's attacks were like a torrential downpour. However, Duan Gang's defense was impenetrable. Every time Bu Xingkai's spear hit Duan Gang, it was blocked by the tortoise shell-like shields around him. For a moment, it was hard to tell who was stronger. The disciples of the 4 courtyards were watching intently. Amazing, amazing. Is this the strength of the top 4 on the bronze list? Pang Shi was dumbstruck as he kept muttering to himself. Senior brother Lu Ming, who do you think will win? Chapter 122. Lu Ming sorted out his thoughts and said, both of them have cultivated the path of the physical body. Among them, Duan Gang's physical body should have already reached the shocking perfected 2nd grade, while Bu Xingkai is a 2nd grade phenomenal success. However, Duan Gang focuses on defense. Although he has cultivated an offensive profound level martial skill, he has only cultivated it to the 3rd level. Bu Xingkai's spear art has already reached the 5th level. As time passes, Bu Xingkai will definitely win. Or, if Bu Xingkai has a killer move, he will win very soon. Mulans looked at Lu Ming in surprise and said, Lu Ming, you have a good eye. Look, Bu Xingkai is about to use his ultimate move. At this moment, Bu Xingkai jumped up from the fighting ring. His body was more than 20 meters high. Then, he pointed his spear down and stabbed at Duan Gang. Toxic Dragon Drill. Bu Xingkai shouted. As he was moving down, the spear started to spin rapidly with the tip of the spear as the center. Vaguely, a black, evil dragon could be seen emerging. Its power was astonishing. Black tortoise protection, invincible. Duan Gang roared and activated his divine body protection technique. A total of 5 tortoiseshell-shaped shields covered his body completely. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The black and yellow light almost drowned the fighting ring. After a while, a figure slid out quickly and coughed out a mouthful of blood. It was Duan Gang. Bu Xingkai stood proudly with his spear in his hand. Other than his heavy breathing, he was completely fine. Bu Xingkai won. Everyone sighed, especially the disciples of the Xuanwu Academy. Duan Gang was defeated by Bu Xingkai. It seemed that it was impossible for him to enter the top 3. Bu Xingkai wins this round. Well, the first round is over. You guys can take a rest. Those of you who have activated your bloodline just now will be given a blood coagulation pill to recover your bloodline power as soon as possible. Then, we will proceed to the second round. The referee announced. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The Xianyuan sword sect was really generous for this grand competition. They even took out a blood coagulation pill. The blood coagulation pill could restore the power of one's bloodline within a short period of time, allowing one's bloodline to erupt again. It was extremely precious. Even the lowest ranked ones that could restore the bloodline of a martial master were frighteningly expensive. Furthermore, they were extremely difficult to refine. Naturally, they were extremely rare. About half an hour later, the second round began. First round, Qing Feilwan vs. Shuirong. The referee announced. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Among the top 10, there were only 2 women. Who would have thought that they would meet each other now? 2 graceful silhouettes floated up onto the battle platform. Both of them were extremely beautiful. They were known as the top 10 beauties of the Mystic Essence Sword sect. Standing on the same stage, they were like a beautiful scenery. Senior Sister Joie, please. Junior Sister Cheng, please. The 2 of them clasped their fists at each other and began to fight. Cheng Failwan's weapon was a sword, and her bloodline was a fire spiritual bird, so her swordsmanship was of the fire property. Her sword breath was scorching hot. Joie Irong was using a 3-meter-long soft whip. In addition, her bloodline was the 1000-chance vine of the plant element, which complemented each other perfectly. The soft whip in her hand was ever-changing and dazzling. The 2 of them shuttled back and forth on the battle platform like 2 dancing butterflies. It was pleasing to the eye. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had exchanged dozens of blows. In the end, Joie Irong was defeated by Cheng Failwan's flames. There was not much difference from the previous ranking on the bronze list. The previous ranking on the bronze list was inferred by the elders of the Mystic Essence Sword sect based on the battle records of the participants, their combat strength, and the martial skills they were good at. One had to admit that the inference was very accurate. Second round, Duan Muchen vs Dong Su. There was no suspense in this round. Dong Su stubbornly resisted for more than 10 blows before he was defeated. Third round, Zhang Muyun vs Bu Xingkai. This was the highlight of the competition. Zhang Muyun, who was ranked first, versus Bu Xingkai, who was ranked third. Zhang Muyun was dressed in a white robe. He had a gentle smile on his face, which was as gentle as jade. However, when he attacked, his sword chi was shocking. His sword radiance illuminated the 90 prefectures. He was like a sword immortal. Although Bu Xingkai was powerful, he did not manage to last more than 10 blows. 8 blows. He was defeated in just 8 blows. Moreover, Zhang Muyun did not activate his bloodline. He was too powerful. Zhang Muyun was almost invincible. Now, everyone was looking forward to the battle between Duan Muyunyang and Zhang Muyun. Perhaps only Duan Muyunyang could compete with Zhang Muyun. Fourth round, Duan Muyunyang vs Ling Kong. It was another highlight of the competition. The atmosphere became even more heated. This was because this was another battle between 2 newcomer kings, and both of them were from the White Tiger Hall. Ling Kong, do you still want to fight with me? You should know that you are no match for me. Duan Muyunyang hugged his battle saber and said indifferently. Ha ha ha, Duan Muyunyang, when have you seen me, Ling Kong, surrender without a fight? Cut the crap. Let's fight. Ling Kong laughed. Then, he used the Berserk Beast formula and charged toward Duan Muyunyang with his strongest combat strength. I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Muyunyang said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he unsheathed his battle saber. As the battle saber was unsheathed, a surging saber aura appeared. Buzz! A saber aura that was more than 10 meters long slashed toward Ling Kong. He roared in the air like a wild beast. Then, he raised his iron staff and smashed it toward the saber light with a loud rumbling sound. With a loud bang, the fighting ring shook. Ling Kong's body swayed slightly and his attack was blocked. However, Duan Muyunyang's attacks were like water that had been opened from a dam. They surged and surged in an unending stream towards the sky. The overbearing saber aura came one after another as if there was no end to it. 8 blows. Just like Zhang Muyun's victory over Bu Xingkai, Ling Kong was defeated in just 8 blows and was sent flying out of the fighting ring. Too powerful. Among the top 10, Duan Muyunyang and Zhang Muyun are far ahead. The others can't compete with them. It's up to the 2 of them now. Perhaps they will have a shocking battle. The disciples of the 4 halls discussed excitedly. 5th round, Lu Ming vs Duan Gang. At this moment, the referee announced the 5th round of the competition. Here it comes. The battle between Lu Ming and Duan Gang will determine the top 5. If Lu Ming can defeat Duan Gang, he will definitely make it to the top 5 and compete with Bushinkai for the 3rd place. Then, they will decide who is the bronze first spear. That's right. But in my opinion, if Lu Ming only has the combat strength that he had in the battle with Ling Kong, it will be difficult for him to break through Duan Gang's defense, unless he has another trump card. It's hard to say. Didn't you see that Lu Ming didn't use his bloodline? It's true. I almost forgot. Amid the discussion, Lu Ming stepped into the fighting ring. Duan Gang stood in front of Lu Ming like an iron tower. At this moment, Duan Gang's face was somewhat grave. Chapter 123. Junior brother Lu, please. Please. The two of them cupped their fists. Boom. Then, Duan Gang stomped heavily on the ground. His tall body was like a war chariot as he charged towards Lu Ming. Duan Gang was a close combat expert, so he had to close the distance. Astral Fire Spear Art, Broken Armor. Lu Ming used the broken armor as soon as he made his move. The penetrating power of this move was extremely strong, second only to the last move, Explosion. Black Tortoise Protection. Duan Gang did not hesitate and used a defensive martial skill. 5 tortoise shell-shaped shields appeared. Clang. The long spear pierced one of the shields and the sound of metal clashing was heard. Lu Ming felt that the long spear had pierced an iron mountain. The long spear was bent into a bow shape. Lu Ming used the long spear's rebound force to retreat. What a strong defense. Lu Ming praised in his heart. However, he did not know that Duan Gang was more shocked than him. He felt that his defense was almost pierced by Lu Ming's long spear. Is this Lu Ming's ultimate move? If not, then it is too strong. It is even stronger than Bushinkai's attack. Duan Gang thought in his heart, but his body did not stop. He continued to charge towards Lu Ming. His hands were like eagle claws as he clawed out more than 10 sharp claws. Fire Dance. Lu Ming's long spear shook. Flowers of flame appeared and defeated Duan Gang's claws. Then, more than 10 flowers of flame fell on Duan Gang's protective shield, causing ripples. Landslide. Lu Ming used the momentum to jump up and smashed his long spear towards Duan Gang. Boom. The long spear hit Duan Gang's protective shield and caused a strong vibration. Duan Gang's face changed. He retreated 5 or 6 steps before he could stabilize himself. He retreated. Duan Gang retreated. He is so strong. I feel that Lu Ming's attack is stronger than when he fought with Ling Kong yesterday. Yes. Did he hide his strength yesterday? Unbelievable. On the viewing platform, Ling Kong's eyes revealed a beastly glint as he muttered, "This guy, his martial technique was clearly at the 4th level yesterday, but today he's already at the 5th level. Could it be that he broke through last night? That's impossible, right?" Moon Seizing. As soon as Duan Gang retreated, Lu Ming used his greatest AoE attack, Moon Seizing. A crescent moon was formed and slammed heavily onto Duan Gang's protective shield. Bang! Duan Gang retreated again. Chasing Thunder. Then, he became one with his spear, and as fast as lightning, he arrived in the blink of an eye. This spear once again caused Duan Gang's protective shield to tremble. Ah! Duan Gang roared and threw out a few punches in succession. He rushed towards Lu Ming and shouted, "Lu Ming, if you have a trump card, use it as soon as possible. You won't be able to break my defense like this." At the beginning of the battle, he was suppressed by Lu Ming, which was really frustrating. In this way, he couldn't get close to Lu Ming at all. It was impossible for him to win. If he was going to lose, he might as well lose decisively. Okay, as you wish. Explode. Lu Ming's true chi surged out of his body and rushed towards the long spear, gathering at the tip of the spear. Whoosh! The long spear was like a bolt of lightning, streaking across the sky and piercing Duan Gang's protective shield once again. Boom! In an instant, the true chi at the tip of the spear was like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years. It suddenly erupted with a powerful and shocking destructive power. Crack! Duan Gang's protective shield cracked open and then exploded with a bang. Then, Duan Gang screamed and his body flew far away, covered in blood. Phew! As Duan Gang flew out, all the disciples of the four courtyards heaved a long sigh of relief. Lu Ming won. He's in the top 5. I wonder who's stronger between him and Bushinkai. It seems like it's Lu Ming. In the White Tiger courtyard area, everyone from the Duanmu family looked terrible. Needless to say, Lu Yao and Lu Yunxiong were gritting their teeth so hard that they were about to break. On the other hand, in the Vermilion Bird courtyard area, loud cheers could be heard. This was because after Lu Ming defeated Duan Gang, the Vermilion Bird courtyard wouldn't be at the bottom of the grand competition. In the fighting ring, Duan Gang got up and smiled bitterly. Junior Lu Ming is indeed powerful. I admit defeat wholeheartedly. Duan Gang's physical body was extremely strong, so he wasn't seriously injured and could recover quickly. Senior Duan, you're too polite. Lu Ming smiled. Lu Ming wins this round. The second round is over. The third round will begin soon. The judge announced. Soon, the third round began. In this round, Lu Ming's opponent was Duanmu Chen. There was no suspense between Lu Ming and Duanmu Chen. Lu Ming completely suppressed Duanmu Chen and won in a dozen moves. As for the others, they admitted defeat directly when they encountered Zhang Muyun and Duanmu Yunyang. There was no need to fight, so they might as well save their strength for the later rounds. In the fourth round, Lu Ming won easily against Dong Su. In this round, Ling Kong faced Bu Xingkai. The two of them fought fiercely. After hundreds of moves, Bu Xingkai won and defeated Ling Kong. In the fifth round, Lu Ming faced Bu Xingkai. This round caused an uproar in the crowd. Because this battle could be said to be the battle for the third place. If Lu Ming won, it would not be a problem for him to come in third place. If Bu Xingkai won, then he would be the third place. Moreover, both of them used spears, so it was more meaningful. In the fighting ring, the two of them stood opposite each other with a spear in their hands. Lu Ming, let's decide the winner with one move. What do you think? Bu Xingkai said in a low voice. Okay, that's what I want. Lu Ming smiled. Decide the winner with one move? Everyone in the arena was stunned, then they became more excited. Deciding the winner with one move was more dangerous, but also more exciting. Boom! Boom! A powerful aura burst out from the two of them. As their auras collided, they rushed out at the same time. Toxic Dragon Drill. Explode. The two of them used their unique skills almost at the same time. Two spear shadows instantly pierced through the void and collided with each other. It was like two stars colliding. In the fighting ring, two colors emerged from the intersection of their spears. One was fiery red, and the other was black. The two colors were clearly separated and did not give way to each other. However, the stalemate only lasted for a moment. Suddenly, the fiery red side erupted like a volcano. A powerful force gushed out and suppressed the black side. Bang! A figure flew far away and fell heavily on the ground. It was undoubtedly Bu Xingkai. Bu Xingkai was defeated, and his injuries were more serious than before. Bang! The Dean of White Tiger Hall slammed the seat with a gloomy face. The Dean of Vermilion Bird Hall laughed. Lu Ming wins. The judge announced. Lu Ming is the third place. There's no doubt about it. Gosh, Lu Ming broke senior brother Feng Wuji's record. That's terrifying. If that's the case, our Mystic Essence Sword sect will have a genius who's more powerful than senior brother Feng Wuji. That's hard to say. He's strong now, but it doesn't mean he'll be strong in the future. There are many challenges in the future. In history, many people were outstanding in their youth, but their achievements were mediocre when they grew up.